Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is presented by Sanderson Ford. It's a Sunday afternoon in downtown Phoenix on this All-American weekend, and a chance today to take a series at home against the division leaders. It's D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. Good afternoon from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthume, Bob Brenly along the way. Hopefully the Diamondbacks can carry the momentum from last night's come-from-behind win into this afternoon's ball game. Take this series from the Giants, Bob. They have Robbie Ray on the mound.
Yeah, Robbie's been making steps forward recently. Last time out against the Phillies, shut him out over 5 innings on 3 hits before things came apart in the 6th and 7th. On the good side of the coin, he didn't walk a batter in that game. First time in a year Robbie Ray's had to start without walking a batter.
But he did have to leave that ball game with a blood blister on his pitching hand. We'll see if that factors into the ball game here today.
Yeah, and that could have had a big factor in his ineffectiveness in that 6th and 7th inning last time out against the Phillies.
Robbie Ray for the Diamondbacks, Albert Suarez for the Giants. A chance to take this series from San Francisco. First pitch coming up on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano's. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. On Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. By Chaz Roberts, air conditioning and plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Tire Pros, for the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros today. By Yancey's Fancy, New York's finest artisan cheese. Downtown Phoenix, Arizona, Robbie Ray and the Diamondbacks set to take on the San Francisco Giants in this series finale. D-backs with a chance to take this series. It would be the first time that the home team has won a series in the season series between these two. And a good crowd on hand this afternoon. A lot of kids in the ballpark today. It's our Chevrolet Outstanding Students Recognition Day. So a packed house on hand for the Diamondbacks and the Giants. And now it's our Subway Kids Take the Field with a players promotion as the Diamondbacks are set to get out there behind Robbie Ray. Albert Suarez, the starting pitcher for the Giants. On this All-American weekend at Chase Field, July 4th celebrations coming up here tomorrow night. A 6:10 start against the San Diego Padres. And then, of course, a post-game fireworks spectacular when we'll open up the roof after that ball game, and everyone can celebrate the 4th with Goldie and the Diamondbacks. A big come-from-behind win last night. They beat the Giants 6-5 to even this series at a game apiece. Wellington Castillo, a dramatic 3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th inning, as the D-backs out-hit the Giants 9-7, won the game 6-5 after San Francisco took the opener on Friday night 6-4. And now, as part of our Subway Kids Take the Field with the players, here they are, the kids and the Arizona Diamondbacks, set for this series finale against the Giants. Robbie Ray has lost his last 2 starts, coming off a blood blister in his previous outing Monday against Philadelphia. We'll see how and if that bothers Robbie here this afternoon. But no better time to honor America on this All-American weekend than prior to the 4th of July. And right now we introduce the voice of Chase Field, Mr. Chuck Drago.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and please remove your hats. Please direct your attention to the field as we honor the United States of America and pay tribute to our veterans, active duty, and retired men and women of our armed services. The Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants invite you to join in the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, performed by country recording artist Laura Walsh.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Welcome inside Chase Field. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, Jody Jackson along the way. Roof and panels closed. D-backs and the Giants. Your Arizona Ford starter for the Diamondbacks is Robbie Ray. 4-7 in 16 starts. The ERA over 4.5. Coming off losses to the Blue Jays and the Phillies. He had to leave his previous start, Bob, last Monday with a blister on his throwing hand.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the open of the show, he was really good through 5 innings, held the Phillies to 3 hits of shutout baseball through those 5 innings, then gave up 4 hits and 2 runs in the 6th and back-to-back base hits to start the 7th and was taken out of the ball game. Certainly a lot of that could be attributed to that blood blister on his finger.
Chance for the D-backs to win the series. They have split the first 2 games of the Giants. Ruben Tejada will lead it off for San Francisco. Both Gregor Blanco and Angel Pagan late scratches from Bruce Bochy's lineup. So Tejada at a $156 is batting leadoff, and he takes strike 1.
Yeah, but he's getting on base at a 241 clip.
So there's an upside, is what you're saying.
Well, you do what you have to do when guys scratch late the way they did today for the Giants. You just have to patch it together as best you can. And Bruce Bochy's done a nice job of that with this very undermanned Giants team right now.
Yeah, we'll give you the lineup in just a moment. Brandon Belt had the day off initially. Now he's batting third and playing left field. Robbie ahead of Tejada, 0-2. Tony Randazzo is our plate umpire today. He's got the balls and strikes. That looked like a pretty good pitch. 95. He just manages to get some bat on the ball, and we'll keep going at 1-2. Robbie looks like, Bob, he's already worked up a pretty good lather down there in the bullpen.
I'm sure he did. I mean, that's part of what you want to do as a starting player or pitcher is get a good lather going, get your heart beating, get a little sweat going before the game even starts.
He's sweating through that hat. And he strikes out Tejada to open up the ball game. The lineup for Bruce Bochy's Giants, they're ripe for a fall, Bob. They've lost 5 of 8.
It's kind of hard to figure how they've stayed with their head above water as long as they have. We've seen Ruben Tejada at the top. He'll be at third base. Grant Green at second. Brandon Belt out in left field with Buster Posey at first base today. Brandon Crawford at short. Mac Williamson in right. Trevor Brown doing the catching. Jarrett Parker in center field. And the pitcher Suarez on the mound.
At the plate, the second baseman Grant Green. Another strike 1 from Robbie Ray. Another start at second base for Green. 4 hits and 13 at bats with the Giants, brought up from AAA just before the weekend. Sends this out to Yasmani Tomas along the right field line. Long run, and he won't get there. And Yasmani almost goes over the top rope.
Good effort there. I kept waiting to see Yasmani go into that slide that corner outfielders use to protect themselves against that sidewall, but Yasmani tried to give it a go on his feet and nearly flips over into the stands there on that low wall down the right field line.
Well, Grant Green, couple of hits and RBIs Friday. Hitless last night, but he's got a 1-out single here. Our eye on defense for the D-backs, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Michael Bourne once again out in center field. He's done a fine job for the Diamondbacks both defensively and offensively. He'll be flanked by Brandon Drury in left, Yasmani Tomas in right. It'll be Lamb and Segura on the left side of the infield, Gosselin and Goldschmidt on the right side, with Tuffy Gosewich getting his first start this year behind the plate catching Robbie Ray.
Brandon Belt, as we mentioned a moment ago, not in the original starting lineup. They changed their entire lineup about 40 minutes or so before the ball game. So Belt in there in left field in place of Angel Pagan. He and Blanco were both scratched. Belt at 296, his 10 homers leads the Giants. 25 doubles, tops in the National League. Belt has just 1 hit in the series, a single last night. He has walked and struck out 3 times. But ahead here, 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, Robbie Ray Struck out Tejada, had 2 strikes on Green. Suddenly he's got a runner on and dealing with Brandon Belt behind in the count. 3-0 now. Buster Posey, the heads of state of this Giants lineup, all in there, all in a row. Belt, Posey, Crawford, 3, 4, and 5. Well, very quickly the Giants have a threat going. A single and a walk with 1 out will bring up Posey.
I mentioned it in the open of the show that Robbie Ray did not walk a batter in that last start against the Phillies. The first time since last July he started a ball game and did not walk an opposing hitter.
Well, you never want to walk anybody ahead of this guy. Buster Posey, 290 and 9 homers. Doubled and walked twice last night. Had the night off on Friday. Big cut at that fastball, and it's 0-1. Posey still trying to get into typical Buster Posey form. His strikeout rate this year is the highest it's been in 4 years. Still hitting the ball on the ground more often than he has in several seasons. Blast that one into right. Alberto Kelly will stop Grant Green at third, and the bases are loaded for Brandon Crawford.
Posey with that opposite field approach on a pitch up and out over the plate, finds that hole on the right side. Good job by Tomas to get to it quickly, get it in the air back to the infield. That forced the Giants to hold that runner at third base. Keeps the double play in order here.
Green is the runner at third. Brandon Belt at second. Posey at first. Crawford 276 and 8 homers. He is leading all major league shortstops in RBIs. He had a pair of hits last night, including that 8th home run. He's homered twice in his last 3 games. Good start for Robbie. 0-1. Talk about a productive week. Look at Brandon Crawford. He has been on a roll. Last 6 games he's got 11 hits in 24 at bats with 11 RBIs. Up there with the bases loaded and 1 out. Crawford last night a home run off the left-hander Patrick Corbin. And they're against another lefty right now, Robbie Ray. One and two. Robbie really up against it here, working hard in the first inning, still with only 1 out. Full count, 3-2. Couldn't get Crawford to bite.
Couldn't get Tony Randazzo to bite either. Looked like that ball was right at the bottom of the strike zone.
Oh, man. That's 2 that Robbie has thrown right at the knees in this inning and has not gotten the call either time. The 3-2 to Crawford.
Got away with a hanger there, a slider that stayed up over the inside part of the plate. Crawford fouls it back off of the mid of Tuffy Gosewich, who couldn't quite hang on there. Still a 3-2 count.
Green at third, Belt at second, Posey at first. One out. Got him. 95. Blew it by him.
He swung at a pitch in a similar location, a slider on the pitch before, and was a little tardy on the slider. So Robbie Ray comes right back to the same location with a mid-90s fastball and gets the swing and a miss. And unfortunately, looking at that finger already here in the first inning.
Well, here's Big Mac Williamson, 234 and 3 homers. He hit one off the DB-TV board in center field against the lefty Patrick Corbin last night. 460 feet. There's strike one. This was Williamson. Clear.
Mac Williamson's one of those guys they describe as country strong. Swing hard in case you hit it.
Another start in right field today. Hunter Pence on the DL with a right hamstring tear. He's off the high one, 1-1. Tell you what, he wiggles off this hook.
Yeah.
He gets a gold star. Trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat right here. Robbie Ray had bases loaded, one out. Struck out Crawford on a 3-2 pitch. Now ahead of Williamson, a ball and 2 strikes. Tony Randazzo says no. 2-2. Squib shot. Jake Lamb has to hurry. Low throw, and they got him. Robbie Ray. He leaves him loaded. Ball ends a bases loaded, 1-out threat, and now it's the Diamondbacks' turn against your Arizona Ford starter for the Giants. It's Albert Suarez, 26-year-old right-hander out of Venezuela, his first year in the big leagues. He'd been working out of the bullpen, but lately has been taking the rotation spot of the injured Matt Cain.
Yeah, 4-pitch mix from Suarez. Throw both a 2-seamer and a 4-seam fastball, a slider, changeup, and a curveball. Not overpowering. Fastball sits in the low 90s.
They have called him a pleasant surprise. He's done a pretty good job. Matt Cain is due to come back soon off the DL, however. Gene Segura leads it off, 310, 5 homers. Segura a couple of hits in this series. He doubled Friday. And he begins today with a 6-game hitting streak. .360 during his streak. He's hit safely 9 of his last 10. Only 6 players in all of baseball have more hits than Gene Segura. He's got 101. 5 behind the Nationals' Daniel Murphy for the league lead. Pops this one up. Very shallow right field. Williamson and Green. Williamson has it. The lineup for Chip Hale's Diamondbacks this afternoon.
We've seen Gene Segura take that leadoff spot. He'll be at shortstop today. Michael Bourne in center field. Paul Goldschmidt at first. Jake Lamb at third. Yasmani Tomas out in right field with Phil Gosselin at second. Brandon Drury in left. Tuffy Gosewish doing the catching for left-hander Robbie Ray.
Michael Bourne, a pair of hits in this series, doubled and had an RBI last night. 265 and 2 homers. A bunt for a base hit. Suarez is on it, and Bourne is safe. Eye on defense for the Giants, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Giants will feature an outfield of Parker, Blanco, and Williamson left to right. The infield will be Tejada and Crawford on the left side. Green and Posey on the right side, with Trevor Brown doing the catching for Albert Suarez, the right hand.
Paul Goldschmidt. Bourne at first, 1 out. That bunt has become such a weapon for Michael Bourne this year, Bob. Not that it wasn't before, but it's nice to see it on the Diamondbacks.
Absolutely.
294, 14 home runs for Goldie. 0 for 4 last night, but boy, he made a couple of sparkling defensive plays at first base.
Yeah, diving play to his left right down the foul line, and a diving play to his right to end the ball game.
Go, go, Goldie. 20,000 Goldie bobbleheads handed out last night. Part of this All-American weekend at Chase Field. 4th of July fireworks tomorrow. Well, I guess we've just gotten so used to it, we're spoiled.
Yeah, really.
And then this one was the game ender. And the Diamondbacks sealed that come-from-behind win over the Giants last night. Big cut at that one from Suarez, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, Goldie's got to pick up the pace a little bit. He's stuck on 14 home runs. Jake Lamb now up to 18. It seemed like for a long time when one would hit a homer, the other would. Jake Lamb not waiting around for Goldie.
Jake leading the National League in slugging. Time now for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Well, with the 4th of July tomorrow, why not some early fireworks today from the D-backs offense? Pretty nice to set off some sparklers, whatever else they call those things.
And if you don't have your 4th of July firework plans yet, get on dbacks.com/tickets. Come on out, enjoy the best fireworks show in town after the game tomorrow night, a 6:10 start against the Padres. Well, he's off the 1-2 pitch, and he's back even 2 balls and 2 strikes. They have liked what they've seen so far in Albert Suarez. Big guy out there, 6'3", 235. His 6th start in place of the injured Matt Cain. Cain has a strained right hamstring. Giants are 2-3 in Suarez's last 5 starts. There's a tapper to Green at second. They'll get the force on Bourne, and that's it.
good decision that time by Grant Green. If you're only going to get one out on the play, get the lead runner if at all possible, as Jake Lamb makes his way to the plate. Our Coors Light cold hard facts: most RBI by a third baseman this season. You know, the two guys at the top of the list, you kind of expect them to be there with the kind of seasons they're having, but Jake Lamb creeping up the list.
Leading the National League in slugging. He trails only the Red Sox David Ortiz for the major league lead in slugging percentage. He's at .603. Goldie at first, 2 down. Jake hitting .292, 18 home runs, 56 RBIs, leads the Diamondbacks in both those categories. Foul in front of Dave McKay. Long run for Ron. Don't call me Cliff Pennington, our Golden Glover down the right field line. A little bit out of his range. His UZR is a little low. Whose isn't, frankly.
Yeah, but his experience. You know, Ron's one of our veteran Golden Glovers. You know, he knows how to position himself right there on that stool.
Robert Balderrama working on our left field line this afternoon. Rapid Robert Balderrama. There he is. He looks rapid, doesn't he? Got those sneakers on.
Ready to go. Put me in, coach.
The 1-1 to Lamb. Jake has 3 hits in the series, including a double and a home run. He's hit safely in 4 straight. He's had the S on his chest lately, Jake Lamb.
Ooh, big swing that time.
Now, in terms of baseball performance, I'd have to take the T-shirt on the right rather than the Charlie Brown T-shirt on the left.
Charlie's pitched in a lot of tough luck over the years.
Yeah.
And doesn't field his position well. All those line drives back through the box that take off his hat and his socks and his shoes. If he just catch some of those.
It's a yard sale out there. And he's not had any more luck with the footballs either, because Lucy always pulls it away.
I think if he changed his shirt once in a while, he might have a little better luck out there on the mound.
There is that. Jake Lamb making Albert Suarez work. Coming inside here. And they got him. Jake Lamb strikes out. We are through 1 at Chase Field. No score. The Giants and the Diamondbacks.
But we found out today Zack Greinke, in fact, will land on the DL. And he left the game Tuesday against the Phillies with the oblique tightness on the left side. Guys, he had an MRI yesterday, which just to confirm the strain. And he was asked, was it more the MRI or how you're feeling? He said, a little bit of both. It's feeling better each and every day. Right now, rest is really the only thing that helps. He just did not feel like he would be able to play catch, throw a bullpen, and be able to pitch before the All-Star break. But guys, the good news is they're expecting that if he continues to heal up, he should be back after the break.
So we'll see Zach Godley Tuesday, Jody, is that right? Did they confirm that yet?
That is what is expected right now, is that it would be Zack Godley. And even though there would be a chance for him to pitch maybe before the break twice, in fact, they may just go with the current rotation because they have that extra day off. But right now, you're right. It is expected to be Zack Godley to take his place starting on Tuesday.
That's against the Padres, Christian Friedrich. Thank you, Jody. Bob, that's better safe than sorry. You got $206 million in this guy. Why take a chance?
Yeah, it would be a different story if the Diamondbacks were a half a game out of first place as we approach the All-Star break, and every game is vitally important. But given where the Diamondbacks are in the standings right now, not to say they can't turn it around in the second half, but it would really seem like an unnecessary risk to try to rush Zack Greinke out there too soon.
Well, Trevor Brown grounds out to open up the second against Ravi Ray. He jumps ahead of Jared Parker 0-1. Parker in center field this afternoon. And it's 0-2. He's hitting .289 with 5 home runs. Homered in Friday's opener. We should also point out that Daniel Hudson, and our condolences to the Hudson family. Daniel lost a grandparent, and so he will be going on the bereavement list on Tuesday. So there'll be some more roster moves coming up. Bill Gosselin has to charge this one, and Parker makes it close, but they retire the number 8 man here in the second, 2 down.
Well, not an easy play that time for Phil Gosselin. Had a long way to come just to get to that ball, and he knows he's got to make that exchange quickly and get it over to Goldie just in time to get Parker.
4 in a row now set down by Robbie after he had the bases loaded with 1 out in the first. And now with 2 outs in the second, he'll work to the pitcher, Albert Suarez. So Ricky Weeks Jr. back from the bereavement list. Zack Greinke on the DL. And Daniel Hudson headed for the bereavement list later this week. Nick Ahmed still on the paternity leave list. Nick and Amanda welcome their brand new baby boy. Jackson James. So congratulations, Nick and Amanda.
JJ.
Don't tell JJ puts that. No. Yeah. That's just between us.
Another peek at that finger by Robbie Ray before he climbs back up on the mound and make this 2-1 pitch.
There was a blood blister on his left middle finger. Had to come out of the game after 101 pitches in his last start. But he strikes out Suarez, his 3rd strikeout, a 1-2-3 second, no score here at Chase. this All-American July 4th weekend. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with The Mission Continues, empowering veterans who are adjusting to life at home and finding purpose through community impact. Visit foxsportsupports.com to learn more. Going to be joined by the big unit in our booth, Randy Johnson, coming up in the next half inning. He's worked a lot with Robbie Ray, maybe more so, Bob, with Robbie than any other Diamondback pitcher. So we'll get Randy Johnson's thoughts on Robbie Ray coming up in the top of the third.
It'll be interesting.
Yasmani Tomas leads off the bottom of the second against Albert Suarez. 261, 13 home runs. One hit in the series, a single Friday. And he takes strike one. Yasmani's been going up there. Hasn't been consistent, but sometimes it's a take all the way on the first pitch. And as we saw most of the time last night, it was not. So he seems to be back to that approach here today, but he's down 0-2.
Well, Yasmani kept Giant shortstop Brandon Crawford busy in that ball game last night. 3-6-3 putouts and a fielder's choice that was hit to the shortstop Brandon Crawford.
Guess what?
Guess what?
One away.
Now, usually when you go through a streak like that where you hit the ball to the same guy over and over, somebody will ask you when you get back to the bench, didn't you see him standing there?
Apparently not yet. Phil Gosselin at second base today. Phil got the start at second last night, went 0 for 4, batting .261 with 1 home run. Albert Suarez was called up from AAA Sacramento the first week of May. He worked in relief most of that month, and then they lost Matt Cain with a hamstring strain. And so Suarez was moved into their rotation, and he did a good job in June. That one is yanked foul down the left field line. He has made 5 starts since moving from bullpen to rotation, and he's never allowed more than 3 earned runs. But there is Matt Cain. Due to come back pretty soon here. They're not sure where Suarez will fit in once Cain is back. He's kind of turning like Jeff Samardzija was last night, BB. He's got a little Johnny Cueto routine going there. Kind of a Johnny Cueto light. Samardzija had a similar turn last night. Right about there. A little more exaggerated on some deliveries than others.
Now the big difference between Samardzija and Cueto and the guy on the mound today, Suarez, is after the back turn, once they stride toward home plate, Suarez really opens up. A guy that relies on a 2-seam sinker, a lot of times you'll see them step more to the first base side of the rubber.
Gosselin gets this in the air, deep left center field, and there it goes off the wall. And Gosselin's in at second, a 1-out double. Fifth double this year for Phil.
Oh, so close. Got a cement mixer slider that hung over that inside part of the plate, and he banged it to the gap in left center field. Looked like it had a chance to get out of here off the bat. It's about halfway up the wall out there in left center field for his 5th double of the season.
That'll bring up Brandon Drury. 269, 8 home runs. That one's hammered right at Belt. And that's off the wall. Gosselin will score easily. Drury is in there at second with an RBI double. They're peppering that wall out there in left center.
Oh, that was a laser beam off the wall in left. Brandon Belt, playing deep to begin with, just turned around and ran straight back to the wall. He knew that one was over his head. No chance to make a play. Back-to-back doubles, plate the first run of the game.
And Bob, that's the type of hit we saw from Brandon Drury the first 6 weeks of the year. Haven't seen it in a while, though.
Good to see here today. Sometimes all it takes is that one ringing line drive to get that timing back where it needs to be.
First big league at bat this year for Tuffy Gozawish. They start behind the plate, just up from AAA Reno, where he was a Pacific Coast League All-Star. 342 for Tuffy at Reno with 9 home runs. Tuffy last season as a Diamondback, 211, 1 home run, only able to play in 38 games. Remember, he blew out his right knee running up the first base line in St. Louis on May 27th. Surgery about a week later, and that was the end of his year. 1-2.
And you really suffered right along with Tuffy Gozawish last year when he went down to that knee injury. A guy that's waited so long for his opportunity to play at the major league level, was doing a fine job, and then to have it come to an end the way it did, really disappointing for Tuffy and everybody that follows the Diamondbacks.
Torn ACL in that right knee. Lays off that time, and it's 2-2. But boy, what a year he's had at Reno for Phil Nevin.
And for Brandon Drury, that RBI double off the wall in left field ended an 0 for 17 skid with runners in scoring position.
Tuffy may have seen Suarez in the Coast League this year. Tuffy for Reno and Suarez for Sacramento. He's worked at full 3 balls, 2 strikes. Back-to-back doubles. Goslin and Drury have given the Diamondbacks a 1-0 lead. Brandon at second with 1 out. That one's going to squirt through. Welcome back, Tuffy Gozawish. They stop Drury at third.
Yeah, welcome back, Tuffy. Hard ground ball, a lot of top spin. It passed Ruben Tejada at third, past Brandon Crawford at short. First knock of the season for Tuffy.
That's great to see.
He's leading the league in hitting.
Batting 1,000. Trevor Brown out there to talk to Suarez. Well, we know Robbie Ray can hit. Diamondbacks pitchers have been hitting well all season long.
I wouldn't expect him to get to swing away here until he gets to a 2-strike count. This is a golden opportunity for one of those safety squeezes we've seen all around baseball this year. It's become a very popular offensive weapon with runners at first and third and 1 out.
So if you're anticipating that, Bob, then how does Tejada play this at third?
I assume he's going to play in anyway, just expecting a sacrifice bunt. But as a defender, you get to the ball as quickly as you can, and your first look is to the runner at third base. If he's holding his ground or close enough to the bag where he doesn't have a chance to score, then you turn around and take the out at first base. If he's trying to sneak down that third baseline, obviously your goal is to cut off that run.
Robbie squares up again. The 0-1 pulls back and takes a ball. Buster Posey coming in from first as well. A word now with Suarez.
And at some point as a pitcher, usually you're given the leeway to pull that bat back and swing away. If that third baseman and first baseman are charging such that you have no chance to get a bunt down, pull the bat back and swing away.
The old Butcher Boys, they call it, right?
Yep.
Gets the bunt down. Posey will let Drury back to the bag. They move Tuffy along. 2 on and 2 out now for Gene Segura.
Good bunt. No chance for Brandon Drury that time. As I mentioned, Buster Posey charging hard from first base. The play was right in front of him, and first thing he did when he picked up that ball was look Brandon Drury right in the eye at third base. Chased him back to the bag and then got the out at first.
Segura flied out to right to lead it off for the Diamondbacks. Drury at third, goes a wish at second, 2 outs. 3-4 on the sacrifice for Robbie Ray. Two and 0. Gene is a guy who normally likes to be aggressive early in counts, but we've seen him over the last 6 weeks be much more patient up there, waiting for his pitch. It's resulted in a lot more hitters counts for him, a lot more walks. That one's in there somehow. 2-1. 40 pitches for Suarez already, 24 strikes. Fly ball, shallow left center. Jared Parker has it. Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get one. They lead it 1-0. Randy Johnson joins us in the booth when we come back. Last year when Randy Johnson's number 51 was retired. It's a big day today. The big unit is in the booth here. Welcome. It's always great to have you.
Well, I enjoy being up here.
We love having you because we learn so much.
And what do you learn?
Well, you can talk to me about Robbie Ray because I know, Randy, that you really enjoy working with a lot of the minor league guys. You're at spring training almost every day at Salt River, and the guy it seems like, at least to me anyway, that you've worked the most with is Robbie Ray.
Well, it is. I feel like I have a lot of time invested in him. I was in Reno last year to watch him, and then I've seen him pitch last year up here, and then I've had a lot of conversations with him in spring training and even a few this year. So I feel like I have some time invested in him, and I feel like, you know, of all the pitchers in this rotation, he probably has the best fastball, but he needs the mentality to go along with that. I think.
What does that mean?
Well, in his evolution of pitching, you know, he can give you 5 good innings and then.
Ruben Tejada. Look at that! Holy cow! Brandon Drury, go get it. Well, that That'll help.
That's what you call laid out right there.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon Drury, already a big day, an RBI double, now a spectacular catch in left center.
Oh, make like Superman.
Yeah.
Parallel to the ground there as he makes that catch. Looked like extra bases headed for the gap. What a play by Brandon Drury.
So how do you get Robbie Ray's mentality to match that fastball?
I just say that has to come within. You know, that's completely up to him. You can go down and talk to him about certain things, you know, mental toughness and various intangibles like that. But it really, the bottom line, it's going to be up to him. And I've seen that at times. But you know what he can give us in the rotation is 5-6 innings, and then all of a sudden there might be a little lull. And I don't, and that's his history. And we've talked about that, where you know he's good for 5 or 6 innings, and then he might be to his pitch count. And then that puts a bit of a burden. Last year put a bit of a burden on the bullpen.
Grant Green, another base hit for the Giants second baseman. So when you talk about that, what does he say?
Well, and I think he's aware of that. He understands that, and it's a work in progress. He's 24, 25 years old, and it's a work in progress. But you know, hopefully it'll really resonate in him how good he is. And I think a lot of players on this team don't know how good they are, and Robbie's one of them. I think when you can have games like he's had in the past, you have to believe that you have the ability to go out there and pitch like that every 5th day. And of course you may not, because it's you know it's hard to do that. But that should be your bar that you set for yourself. You need to work extremely hard. Your reward on your hard work in the bullpen, in the weight room, in the video room, is the day you go between the lines and you get to go pitch. And your reward is the W that the team gets, and inevitably that's what you make your living doing.
Do you feel like you have something in common with him? I mean, he doesn't throw as hard as you, but I mean, he's a tall left-hander, throws mid-90s out there.
And I feel like early in my career, when I got called up to Montreal, I believe I was 25, and I think he's 24, 25 years old. He has
24, he'll be 25 in October.
So he's actually younger than I am when I got up to the major league. So, but I do feel like there's a lot in common. You know, obviously I might have thrown a little bit harder than him, and I'm a little bit taller than him, but the sense of the talent level and where we are at that age, and I do believe that that's the only thing that's the missing ingredient with Robbie.
Belief.
He needs to believe how good he can be, and have a little bit of a demeanor out there,
an attitude,
a little bit of an attitude. And I'm not saying like what I may have had, but a show of confidence.
Bob, did you have young guys like that when you were managing, that you just had to sort of get them to believe in themselves?
Oh, yeah, and that's one of the toughest things. You know, guys come up and they have good stuff and they've had success at the minor league level, maybe had a taste of success at the big league level, but to get that consistency, like Randy was saying, you have to go out there every 5th day believing that you're going to beat that other team. Somehow you're going to give your team a chance to beat that other team every time you take the ball.
So what makes the light go on eventually? There's no guarantee that it will either, right?
There really isn't. But I'm just saying, you know, for me, watching since last year and all of my time invested in the Diamondbacks this year at spring training and up to this point, that's the missing ingredient that I see in him.
Brandon Belt reaches down and drops that into right field. Green hustling, but he'll stop at second as Tomas gets it back in there.
And now this is typical, like the first inning where he was pitching with the bases loaded. He got out. He got out of it. There's one out now. He's pitching from the stretch. Probably not a comfortable situation for him based on what I've seen in the past.
The difference
but the wheels can't come off here. You have to bear down now, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to bear down and get tough.
You really need attitude here. The difference in Robbie, Randy, in terms of the windup versus the stretch, what do you see?
I personally, and he could disagree with me, but I've seen enough of his games that I sense that he doesn't feel like he's comfortable pitching in the stretch, which he is right now. And that could be more of a mental thing. I don't know, but this could be the ball game right here. We have 7 more innings to go, 6.5 more innings to go, but this inning could be the ball game right here. You do not know if we're going to score any more runs. You need to shut them down. That's the mentality I had later in my career that I developed. This is the mentality that he has to start understanding right now, that the game's on the line right here. You got 1 out and 2 guys on base.
And he's got an MVP.
And you're going to the heart of their order right now.
Yeah.
This could be the game right here.
Well, he was in a big mess in the first.
And he got out of it.
With 1 out, got out of it. So let's see
and
how
this
it
is
works
also
out here.
where his pitch count goes up. And he understands that because we've had discussions about that. So he's fully aware of these things, you know, and I think that's important when you understand these things. Yeah, that's an out. Good.
Bourne is there. It's a big out, number 2.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say happy birthday to Glenn Sherlock's mom in Florida. I talked to Glenn before I came up here before the game started, and she is watching in Florida, and it's her 94th birthday. So,
All
Mrs.
right.
Sherlock, happy birthday from Randy and the crew up here in the booth, and your son.
That's terrific.
Yeah, we're very proud of Sherles. He's a survivor. He's been here since day 1.
Yes.
Through all the changes in ownership and general managers and players, Sherlock is the one constant on that staff.
The original Diamondback. All right, one more big out to get here, Randy. Brandon Crawford struck out his first time against Robbie Ray, and there's a good start. Strike 1.
Great fastball, 95. But he needs to utilize that. Get ahead in the count and understand as soon as you're ahead in the count, now you have the flexibility and the luxury of throwing the pitches that you want, not the pitches that you have to throw.
A slider here, maybe a changeup, or if he's feeling good about his fastball.
Ooh, he hit him.
Well, he plunked him. So now it'll work with the bases loaded against Mac Williamson, just like he did in the first.
As usual, the catcher takes the brunt of it.
Mike Butcher. What's your relationship like with Mike Butcher? You guys get together and have conversations?
I got to meet him this year. Sat and talked to him quite a bit during bullpen sessions in spring training, and watched the pitchers throw in simulated games and in a few of the spring training games there at Salt Creek and Salt River. And you know, he asked for some feedback, and I would give him suggestions, but that's his job. His job is the pitching coach. I'm an outsider. I just, you know, things that I might see, I might suggest, and we could talk about that. But I think he, you know, gives me the luxury of maybe chiming in. But for the most part, I don't say anything because that's not my territory.
Bases loaded, full of Giants here. Green at third, Belt at second, Crawford at first. 2 outs. Robbie Ray was in this situation against Mac Williamson. Bases loaded, 2 down, and he got him to ground out to end the first inning. So here we go. That one is going to get through. Green scores. They wave Belt home. He will score. Crawford in at third, and it's 2-1 Giants.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know, and it happens to every pitcher. You get in these innings, and you got to cut it off now. I mean, it was a situation yesterday where we were losing. I think it was, you know, 3-1, 5-1, and we ended up coming back late in the game with the home run. Obviously, a 3-run home run. But Patrick pitched well. He kept us in the game. But you can't let an inning like this blow up, because then it will become unsurmountable lead. So you need to get this out right here. We're, you know.
Trevor Brown, the catcher.
And that wasn't a horrible pitch that Williamson got the base hit up the middle. A fastball probably off the plate inside and down.
But you're pitching to one more batter in the inning because you hit the batter prior.
Right.
You know, and it's just. A situation where it took me years to understand, and you know, I could go out and throw 135 pitches in a game, and what would be sore on me is that I was thinking so much in the game because I was so focused. My body physically felt fine after what should be sore, but it was me thinking so much, being so focused. Every pitch you got to be thinking about execution and effort that you throw, and what is this pitch supposed to be doing?
Well, he got a good one in there to Trevor Brown. Rings him up. Can he stick around another half
Absolutely.
inning? All right, Randy Johnson will stay with us here. D-backs down 2-1. Downtown Phoenix. Steve Berthune, Bob Bradley, and Hall of Famer Randy Johnson in our Fox Sports Arizona TV booth. It's great to have you here. I feel like, you know, we're a little selfish. We want to keep you here as long as you want to stay.
I just enjoy talking about pitching, you know, and it's really the only thing I ever knew in my life was pitching, and it took me a long time to understand that. And all I'm ever trying to do now when I go to spring training is share that, because there's nothing that most of these young kids are doing that I haven't done. And some of the bad things, you know, walking hitters or the mental approach that you have to have, that's what I'm trying to share and maybe quicken the process up. Have them understand that this is what it's going to take, and quicken that process up so you can get there a little bit quicker.
What maybe about avoid some of the speed bumps that you bumped
that I
over
went through
in your career?
Exactly, exactly.
Because we've talked a long time. I mean, you really didn't, using little finger quotes here, figure it out until you were about 30 years old.
Absolutely. And you know, if these pitchers in this rotation, especially because they're all young,
yeah,
you know, they're all talented, super talented. But it's the inconsistency that we're seeing right now, and that comes with, you know, young pitchers that maybe just aren't believing enough in their own ability. And I was there, so I understand that, you know.
A little squib shot in the hole. Tejada in front of Crawford. They throw out board. It seems like, Randy, one guy who has made great strides forward in that area, what you were talking about, a little more attitude, is Ruby De La Rosa. I know he's hurt right now, but Ruby was our best pitcher earlier this year, and he seemed to really personify what you're talking about.
Well, and I think he saw some things that maybe he changed, and subtle things. I also saw when he got on his roll, he worked a little bit quicker in the game. He got the ball back from the catcher, knew what he wanted to do, and executed the pitches, and made everybody on their toes instead of their heels on the defense. And you know, when your team sees that, you get inspired to go in the dugout and start hitting. And at one point, yes, he was the best pitcher pitching on this staff. Yeah. And but that's also the ability he has. So we know what all of our pitchers on this staff have the ability to do. It's a long year. You're going to go through some speed bumps, but it's a matter of getting back to those quality starts and having more of those in a month that also get the team above 500. And having all of our pitchers pitch well is going to be critical for us to get over 500 and get to the checkered flag at the end of this year.
There's a lot of talent there. It's just part of the process, right?
It really is. And you know, it's, you know, they all have service time. None of them are rookies that I'm aware of.
Right.
They're not rookies. They all have major league time. But it's really tough for every pitcher to go out there every fifth day. And you know, where you get a quality start one day, you may not the next day by the next pitcher. Well, you know what? Then hopefully the offense will pick that guy up. Like last night, you know, Patrick didn't probably pitch his best game, but we came back late in the game and it wasn't over. Just like this game, we were winning 1-0. Now we're down 2-1. Well, you know what? Hold them there and we'll come back. Give them a chance to score.
3-2 to Goldie with one out here in the third.
Getting a little fired up here.
I like it. It's good.
Give him the ball.
See, BB, you got spoiled.
I don't know about that.
Well, see, Randy, Bob was spoiled because you had it finally all figured out by the time he got you, right?
I don't know if I ever had it figured out.
Yeah, you were still fine-tuning, yeah.
But it's just it's a process, and as a fan, you don't understand that because that's stuff behind the scenes. You just want the results as a fan. I completely understand that. I'm a fan with the understanding of what it takes.
Oh, nice play, Crawford.
Nice play.
He can pick it.
I'm a little of both. So I'm a fan that understands what it takes to be out there between the lines based on my failing and my success.
What do you think the biggest discrepancy is then for fans who are watching and saying, hey, why isn't this guy hitting better? Why isn't this guy pitching better?
The game's not that easy.
What are they not
The game
getting?
is not that easy.
Right. It's the hardest game there is to play.
And pitching in today's game is the hardest thing. The game pitching today is harder even now than probably when it was when I was pitching here.
Why so?
Well, I mean, you still had Quest Tech, and a lot of fans, I don't know if you ever even talk about Quest Tech.
Oh, it comes up once in a while.
You know, I mean,
Right?
the fans are home watching on TV, and they're watching here on Fox or on ESPN, and you see the little K zone. Well, umpires also have that visioned in their mind that they're being graded on their home plate performance.
Let me tell you, they're being graded up here as well.
Yes.
Well, and rightfully so, and it's not as harsh now as it was back, in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
But nevertheless, I think that to create offense now, the strike zone is smaller. The ballparks are a little bit smaller, so that creates offense. So therefore, pitching and being successful at it is a lot harder to do.
There has been a big surge this year in home runs. The home run totals for everybody are way up.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that as a fan, I completely understand that you want your team to do well. I want this team to do well as well. Mm-hmm. This is my team. This is where I live, and all the wonderful things that have happened in my career here. And so I get frustrated too. But I also understand, the other side of me understands, as the baseball player that I was, it's not easy, especially when you're 24, 25 years old, but you have the talent. All these guys have the talent. A lot of it is durability. A lot of it is having the intestinal fortitude to realize that you can go out and do this. It's not going to be easy. It's almost like you're morphing into something, and this is my day. This is my day. I'm going out there, and
the fans
I'm
want
going to
you
be possessed. I don't know. I'm morphing now. I'm like
He's pounding on the desk.
Go out there and run through a brick wall. Let's go.
I like it. This is like Newt Rockne type stuff here.
But I understand, as a fan, you get so invested in your team.
The fans have their own timeline, right?
Exactly. And you know what? And Greinke started off slow. Look at him now. This team has been sputtering kind of. They do great on the road. They are sub 500 at home. You know what? We need to. Everybody knows that. Well, it takes a few pitchers to get on a roll and change that. It hasn't happened. I understand that, fans. I'm a fan too. I'm watching the games at home and the teams on the road. I see that. And I come here at home when we're playing. But it takes that kind of stuff to get us all on the same page, and things will turn around.
You want to stay?
I'll stay one more. I got to cool down here. Woo.
Awesome.
I feel like I pitched 5 innings.
Celebrate Baxter's birthday, fans, with all his mascot buddies on Sunday, July 17th. D-backs and Dodgers. It's presented by PetSmart. First 5,000 kids to the game will take home the D-backs back to school backpack, courtesy of Smile Generation. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. Back with Hall of Famer Randy Johnson as we start the 4th inning of a 2-1 ball game. Jared Parker lifts this in the air out to Brandon Drury in left field. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, we gave you a moment there.
Yeah, sorry, I had a...
No, I think it's great. People want passion, man. Everybody cares about this team. We all care about this team. Bob and I are invested. You're invested. The front office is obviously invested. It's a great sort of community feeling here that the potential is here. Let's get this thing going.
And that's probably the thing that's probably the most frustrating for a fan is when you know the ability of your team and they're underachieving. You know, there's nothing more frustrating as a professional athlete, no matter what sport you play, when you have the ability to do something, you're not doing it. And trust me, that athlete knows he's not doing it. He doesn't need to hear it, although he's going to.
Sure.
You know, that comes with the territory. You know you're not doing it. You're going to hear it from the media, the fans, and all that. But he's the one that knows he's not doing it. And you live with that every day and every night until you turn things around.
Well, the pitcher, Suarez, bounces one up the middle for a 1-out single.
We had a shot of Matt Williams there on the bench along with Mark Grace. Two guys that couldn't have been any more different in their approach to the game. You know, Matty was the big Marine. He would grind every day, every day, every day. Gracie was a little more laid back about the whole thing. Both very successful during the course of their careers. I guess the point I'm trying to make is one size doesn't fit all in this game.
Not at all. You know, I mean, you don't need to be, you know, stomping up and down on the mound. It may work for one guy. You know, Greg Maddux wasn't that type of pitcher. You know, so it doesn't. You don't have to. I'm just saying you have to be focused. There's a certain demeanor that you have to have. It's a long year, and you have to know that you can't let innings like you've already had 2 of get away, because eventually you're going to get hurt by that. You know,
pitch count is going to become a factor when you have to throw that many
absolutely. I
pitches.
mean, we're already at you know,
60
pitches, and we're only in the you know, top of the 4th inning. And if you want to be around for 7 or 8 innings, well, then you're going to have to throw 115 pitches at the pace you're at, and then you're not going to be able to do that.
How do you think Zach Greinke has influenced this young staff, if at all?
Well, I think when he was going through his you know, his 7-game win streak, I think that was something that the pitchers were watching how he had changed, and it may have been things that we didn't see. You know, it may have been how he was. The other pitchers were watching him throw in the bullpen, or what he was doing in the weight room, and little things like that that we don't have that ability to see behind the scenes. But I think what he has brought to the team is leadership, and that's what we are getting now from him. And I hope he gets healthy, and I hope he can be back out there, and I hope he can continue to pitch whenever that is and pick up where he left off, because I think that'll help the young pitchers that we have. And I'm looking forward to the second half, because this first half is almost over. But hopefully all the pitchers will be healthy, and this team really hasn't played on paper as well as it has, but it also hasn't been the same team that we were hoping for either.
Tejada backs up, ball in center. He'll have to play it off the wall.
Just get it in.
Suarez, the pitcher, will stop at 3rd. It's a double for Ruben Tejada, and once again Robbie Ray's in a mess.
You know, with AJ being hurt a lot, then Peralta being hurt a lot, our offensive lineup and defensively, we haven't been intact really from the beginning of the year, and that happens. I'm not saying, you know, anything about that, but I'm just saying when we have our lineup, I would really like to judge how good our team is then, and that really hasn't been the case much this year. And injuries happen. I understand that.
Well, let's attack this here, Randy, with Robbie Ray. He's faced Grant Green, the second baseman, twice so far. Both times Green has base hits, both singles. He's got 2nd and 3rd here, 1 out, trying to keep this a 1-run game. What's the approach?
Well, I mean, for me, you having the guy that comes up that's got 2 hits off, you probably know what he's gotten hits off of pitch-wise. And now you got the infield playing in too, so that's even tougher on you. You know, once again, 2-1. let's keep it there. But in order for you to do that, you're going to have to do some pitching right now. There's no doubt about that.
Because he's got the big three coming up behind Green here. Bell, Posey, and Crawford. Broken bat. Very shallow. Drury coming in from left. Suarez the pitcher will stop at third. There's a big out, number 2.
It's huge. With 2 outs. Now don't lose focus. That's the one is second out. This is where you have to bear down. You know, now you have the harder your order coming up, and you also have the advantage with Belt being up, being a left-handed hitter. You get ahead of him, put him away.
But this is not a guy, Brandon Belt, that you really have to sit against left-hand pitching. He's hitting .280 versus lefties this year, including 4 home runs. So this is a tough one for Robbie. Got Suarez at third, Tejada at second, 2 outs.
That'll work.
Do you find yourself when you're watching at home talking to the TV and encouraging them or scolding them?
Screaming, jumping out of the chair. What are you doing? Nice pitch, nice play. There you go.
0-2.
Absolutely.
The best fastball we've seen from Robbie since the first inning of this game. That last one at 95.
0-2.
He stranded 3 in the first. He stranded 2 in the third, all after 2 came in. Now he's trying to strand him in second and third here with 2 outs.
It's also a situation where young pitchers need to realize, and I'm sure every pitcher, especially Robbie being out there right now, you don't need to throw a strike right now either. You know, the count's not 3-0, 3-1. You don't need to throw a strike. You're ahead 0-2. Get him to chase something as well, because you'll be kicking yourself if you do throw a strike, because the chances of the base hit are greater with the ball being over the in the strike zone.
You got a couple
throw
pitches
something
to
off
play
the
with
plate.
here in
Exactly.
This
and this is really a luxury for Robbie, being ahead in the count, not even or behind in the count.
The 0-2 is out to Drury in left field. Brandon won't get there. It drops in. Suarez scores, Tejada behind him, and it's a 2-run double for Brandon Belt.
Like a fastball up and out over the plate that time. Belt stays right on it with that short abbreviated swing. Nice effort by Brandon Drury. Just couldn't get to the spot.
Well, he's been done in, Randy, by 2 big 2-out hits. Williamson a 2-run single in the third. Now Belt the 2-run double in the fourth.
As a fan, you just have to be, you know, a fan here just saying you got to close the innings out when you have 2 outs. And getting the third out a lot of times in an inning is the hardest out to get.
It has been in this series. I'll tell you that the Giants had 4 2-out RBIs on Friday. They've got 4 2-out RBIs today.
With first base open and the left-hand hitting Crawford on deck, they'll walk Buster Posey.
You mentioned Zach Greinke, you know, whether intentionally or unintentionally, kind of tutoring the young kids and showing them how to evolve as a big league pitcher. Did you have a pitcher that you modeled yourself after, or you listened to about how they approach the game?
Well, I think everybody that I pitched with, you know, in Montreal, where I was a rookie, Bren Smith, Pascual Perez, Kevin Gross, and Dennis Martinez were in the rotation when I joined them. So they were all veteran pitchers that I looked up to. But then after I left there, in the short stint that I had in Montreal, I went to Seattle, and the rotation there was as young and inexperienced as I was. So we were all learning. So I really never had, beyond Montreal, I never had that pitcher that I could look up to, sit down and pick their brain on pitching. It was really a matter of trial and error for me, learning from the pitching coach, learning and trying new things, watching the opposing pitcher. I didn't have that luxury. So it was, you know, that might have been, that might have taken the process a little bit shorter had I had that ability to kind of run ideas by someone or watch someone like that, but I didn't.
You think that's why you have such an enthusiasm for doing that now in your
Do you
current
think I
role?
have some enthusiasm?
Just a little bit. I'm just saying. I think it's great. No, but I've seen you in spring training. I've seen you here before the games.
I love pitching.
You're into this, man.
I
You're
love
really
pitching.
enjoy.
I
It
feel
seems like you enjoy
right
helping.
now I could put a pair of spikes on and go and pitch.
But I think it
as
seems
soon
to
as
me.
I got outside the dugout, I'd realize, what are you doing?
But it seems like you enjoy the teacher role, or the mentor. The mentor is a better word.
I think
probably.
they all have the ability. You can't teach ability. What I'm trying to do when I go to Mobile, Alabama last month and talk to pitchers like Robbie and that is instill their mental toughness. That will be the difference, and that'll be what makes you the pitcher that you want to be. And until I had that, I was a 500 or slightly above 500 pitcher. When my ability matched my mental toughness and I understood what it took to go out there and grind. You know, it's not easy. You got 110 pitches. It's hot out there. You're tired. Your arm's falling off. That is when you get to the next level of pitching.
1-2 on Brandon Crawford. 2 runners on, 2 runs in. There you go. He did not. Brian Knight at third.
And we hear a lot of times too about young pitchers, Randy, that they're able to just blow through the minor leagues. You know, a guy like Archie Bradley with a big fastball, curveball combination. He could mow down an opposing lineup in the minor leagues, and you come to the major leagues and think you're going to do the same thing. And it's a little different up here.
A lot different. You know, it's just the best of the best up here.
Hey, it was a fine day's work.
Oh, anybody got a towel? I need a towel off here.
Go put some ice on.
I need some ice.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Randy Johnson.
Getting ready to play Wheel of Kansas.
Fourth inning. Hey, fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every Diamondbacks victory, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Just enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
I don't know about you, BB. I'm ready to run through a wall here. Let's go. The big unit.
Hey, if you think he was intense up here, imagine what he was like on game days down in that dugout.
And then out there on the mound throwing 98 at you.
Man.
He is into it, man. It's great. It's really great to see. It means a lot to him. As Manny Tomas leads off the 4th against Albert Suarez, who's now got a 4-1 lead. Yeah, how did you, I don't know, deal with that?
You put his name in the lineup in the 9 spot, and then you watch him pitch.
That was it, huh?
Pretty much. On game days, everybody stayed out of his way. His teammates avoided him. His coaches avoided him.
But we've talked about this all the time. Now he's the most gregarious guy in the ballpark.
Sure.
He loves chatting, talking baseball and pitching and Diamondbacks, and he can't wait to talk to you.
Well, I mean, everybody everybody understood that that was Randy on game days, as you could tell by his enthusiasm up here in the booth on game days. That was his day of life. That was what fed him, what made him what he was, and he was not going to leave anything on that field. He was going to give you everything he had every time he took the ball, and you expected him to do that.
Well, it was great to have him for almost 2 innings. Randy Johnson. You never know when he's going to swing by. I say he was hanging out in the booth. I said during the commercial break, "Hey, you want to come on and check?" "Oh, I'm coming on. Sure." "Oh, okay, great."
We thought we were going to get him yesterday. He went down to the Diamondbacks box down there, and he was the only guy in the box. He was bored, so he came over here for a while, went on the radio side for a while.
Yeah. He's got a lot to say. It's terrific. A great resource for the entire organization. You heard him say he was in Mobile. He goes to the minor league cities all the time over the course of the season. Checks in with guys down there. He's up here. He's at spring training.
Can you imagine if he would have had a Steve Carlton or a Ron Guidry, you know, a veteran left-hander to learn from when he first got to the major leagues with the Expos? Jeez. That would have been scary.
3-2 to Tomas. 93 right by him. Third strikeout for Albert Suarez. There's the big unit. And thanks again to Randy Johnson for joining us here in the broadcast. Phil Gosselin doubled and scored back in the second. Hit one right there. That'll work. The home run porch. Great seats out there. dbacks.com/tickets. If you've never sat out there, it is a tremendous view. You are literally hovering over the field of play. You're almost in play, in fact, in those seats. And there's great counters there. There's TV monitors. It's a tremendous seat from which to watch a ball game right there. Look at that. Now that's a great way to watch the game. It's like the bridge on the Starship Enterprise out there.
Yeah, that porch area has nearly come into play a lot recently.
So get online, dbacks.com/tickets, and get those seats. They're great seats, and you are right over the field. Buster Posey playing first base today. A little flip to Suarez. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth. Suarez is now retired 7 straight. Brandon Drury's had a great day. A RBI double in his first at bat and a spectacular diving catch in left center field. There's a look. You got all the counter space, all your snacks, a TV monitor. Good for young and old.
Clean diapers.
You've been cleaning a few lately.
Yeah, grandpa duty has been really fun.
You've been on double time grandpa duty lately with the Twins. Two 2-0 to Brandon Drury.
Brandon Drury with that rocket RBI double back in the second inning. And just by the way he's taken these first 2 pitches, I think his confidence level has gone through the roof here after that RBI double. He looks like he's ready to attack.
When he attacks, he can do a lot of damage. Lays off the breaking ball, drops in there for a strike. No question about this young man's future. The only question is, where's he going to play?
Yeah.
I think they still have to figure that out, but we know one thing: he can hit. Crawford busy down there. Another 1, 2, 3 inning for Suarez, who's retired 8 straight and leads it 4-1.
here in the top half of the fifth. They lead it 4-1. Time to take a look back in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. July 3rd, 1973, there was a 3-hour rain delay before the Giants and Reds got underway at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, and at the end of the game at 2 o'clock in the morning, they launched the very first July 4th fireworks show, since it was technically the 4th of July.
How do the neighbors feel about that?
Oh, I bet they were really excited about that.
2 a.m. fireworks. Well, our big fireworks spectacular coming up here tomorrow night, fans. dbacks.com/tickets. If you don't have your 4th of July plan set yet, come on down to the ballpark. It's a 6:10 start. D-backs and the Padres. The roof will be closed. Have the AC on, nice and comfortable in here. And then after the ball game, we'll open things up and have our 4th of July post-game fireworks spectacular. dbacks.com/tickets for that one. Nice having the 4th of July on a Monday. Kind of cruises into the standard All-American weekend.
It's nice being home for the 4th of July.
Isn't it? Bunting all over the ballpark. Red, white, and blue. D-backs baseball. 0-2 on Mac Williamson. Williamson has had one of the big hits in the ball game, a 2-out, 2-run single in the 3rd after his home run last night.
Williamson got that big base hit back in the 3rd inning to drive home a couple of teammates on a fastball down and in that was probably out of the strike zone. I think if Robbie throws that same pitch and elevates it up above belt level to Williamson, he'd have real trouble catching up to it. But because it was down, a much easier pitch to get to, just drop the bat head on it, hit a hard ground ball through that left side to drive home too.
It seems like in what Randy was saying, Bob, it's another case of Robbie having to work harder really than his stuff should make him work.
I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, you look at the fastball in the mid to upper 90s. You look at the slider, the occasional changeup. All quality big league pitches.
It's a fair ball, long throw for Lamb right on the button.
Playing deep, you can see how far behind the bag Jake Lamb was. Really has to put a little extra on this throw across the diamond. Williamson, for a big dude, really gets down that line, and they just do get him by about a half a foot.
Trevor Brown, the catcher. To Jake. 2 Jakes. Jared Parker, the start in center field today. He's 0 for 2. And has struggled against left-hand pitching this year. 3 for 25 on the season versus lefties.
Parker has some unusual little ticks in that batter's box. He'll hold that bat out in front and kind of look up at the barrel right there. And as a catcher, you're always worried that as he's looking at the barrel, he's taking a peek at where you're set up behind the plate. But I think Parker does it so soon, he has really no chance of seeing where Tuffy sets up eventually.
Jared Parker, a college teammate of Phil Gosselin at the University of Virginia. Both drafted the same year, 2010. 1-2. Robbie Ray right at 90 pitches, 60 strikes. Tuffy Gozawish, his first start for the Diamondbacks this year, behind the plate this afternoon.
And you can see Tuffy watching Parker to make sure his head was turned toward the mound before he gave any signs or set up to receive the pitch.
Oh man. Boy, Tony Randazzo has missed that pitch all day long. Anything at the knees. Inside, outside, righty, lefty, doesn't matter. He can't throw a pitch in a better spot, but Robbie gets the strikeout anyway. That's his 6th in the ball game. Diamondbacks trail 4-1.
Gozowicz leading off the inning, a single in his first at-bat in his first start of the season here with the D-backs after tearing it up in Reno. Now, Chip Hale said earlier today, you know, Castillo needed a day off. Catching in this league 3 days in a row is tough, so Sunday day game, he gets the start. It was hard, though, Chip said, to keep Chris Herman and Castillo out of the lineup with the bats right now the way they are going. Originally, his lineup had Chris Herman in left field and then Brandon Drury in second. But, guys, the hamstring still a little bit of an issue from the Colorado series for Herman. And Chris told me today, he said, this is the most I've ever played in the majors. So Tuffy Gozowicz, a great addition to the roster right now, trying to keep Chris Herman fresh. So many moving parts right now, guys, between paternity leave, bereavement list, and guys going on the DL. They definitely want to keep everyone fresh.
A lot of moving parts. That one is off the glove of Tejada. Crawford picks it up. And they get Tuffy at first.
He might sneak an infield hit out of this off the glove of Tejada down there at third. Unfortunately, ricochets right to Brandon Crawford, and with that big arm that he features out there at shortstop, he's able to get Tuffy at first.
So 9 straight retired by Albert Suarez. Here's Robbie Ray.
With Brandon Crawford for the Giants and Gene Segura today for the Diamondbacks, 2 of the better throwing arms at the shortstop position in the game.
What is
Crawford's been busy all day long today. There's strike one. Segura on deck.
Mike.
Albert Suarez filling in for Matt Cain in the rotation has done a very good job here today. Bruce Bochy says been a real nice surprise. He's helped them out in a big way, both in the rotation and the bullpen. Kind of guy that Bochy says you want on your club, and today we can see why. Suarez is from Venezuela. He was signed there in 2006 by Tampa Bay. Spent a long time in the Rays minor league system. Never got higher than Double-A with Tampa. Signed with the Angels, spent last year pitching Double-A ball with Arkansas in the Texas League. Was pretty good there. High hop right to Green at second. 10 straight set down by Suarez.
Hey fans, follow Arizona Diamondbacks baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Gene Segura 0 for 2. He is flat out twice. Suarez was only with the Angels 1 year last year. He had a 2.98 ERA in 27 starts in Double-A. So the Giants signed him last November. Now here he is in the big leagues. His first time at this level after 9 years in the minor leagues. Well, once they get Matt Cain and Sergio Romo back very soon, we'll see where he fits in on Bruce Bochy's pitching staff. Down the right field line, stay fair ball. There it is. Williamson cuts it off. Gene, the hitting machine, has his 18th double.
A couple of big overswings in his first 2 at-bats of this game. This is much more what we're used to seeing from Gene Segura, that controlled, quick chop into the hitting zone, producing a double down that right field line.
The first hit for the Diamondbacks since Tuffy Gozowish's infield single in the second. Suarez had retired 10 straight. And now with 2 outs, here's Michael Bourne. Bourne had a bunt base hit in the first. As Jody mentioned, we thought we might see Chris Herman in center field today with Tuffy behind the plate, but Herman's hamstring is acting up again. It was barking a little bit on the last road series at Colorado, so it's a little tight right now. He's been doing a lot more running after playing left field the last 2 nights, so we are told Chris could play today if needed, but they thought it best to keep him out of the starting lineup.
Yeah, and Herman was on base 3 times in the ball game last night, and yeah, on his last trip around the bases, he looked like that hamstring was bothering him. I mean, A.J. Pollock, David Peralta, Socrates Brito, Chris Owings, and now Chris Herman to a lesser extent. Center fielders that have gone down for the Diamondbacks this year.
It's been the curse of the center fielder. You're trying to get a catcher in there to play center. Something's wrong.
No.
Well, wait, yeah.
Everything's
I'm
right.
sorry, let me correct myself. Yeah, it's just as planned.
Chris Herman is not your standard heavy-legged, slow-footed backup catcher. He's very athletic. Has a lot of spring in his legs. He made a leaping catch out in left field last night when he kind of misjudged the ball a little bit, was able to recover and still make the play.
Played a lot of corner outfield during his time with the Minnesota Twins, Chris. Does a nice job out there. He's got a very good throwing arm. 1-2 on Michael Bourne. Bourne strikes out. They strand Segura, 2-out double. We are through 5. Diamondbacks trail it 4-1. Legends race today, not pictured here. That's because he's holding the camera. This is the fine work of our own Garrett Savage, who was out in front of the Legends, right in front. Look at this shot, BB. There's Garrett. I mean, that is high-level production right there. Garrett Savage, an outstanding job, and they're running right down his neck here.
Nicely done.
He really puts you in the Legends race here at Fox Sports Arizona. Garrett, outstanding. Albert Suarez, the pitcher, leads off the Giants' 6th against Robbie Ray. I thought he might get trampled there for a moment.
No, Garrett could outrun them on his worst day.
Nice work.
Atta baby.
He looks tired, though. I will say that, understandably. It's like running away from a herd of buffalo. Suarez singled and scored his last time up. D-backs have been out hit 8-5. They trail at 4-1.
8-0-2 count in the ball game for Robbie Ray as the Diamondbacks get some activity in their bullpen. Looks like Randall Delgado and Andrew Chafin beginning to throw.
Robbie had 95 pitches, 64 strikes. And he strikes out Suarez. That's 7 strikeouts for Robbie Ray. He's retired 5 in a row.
Now, this game has not followed the pattern of the first 2 games for the Giants offense. However, they've gotten most of their production from the 5 through 9 hitters in the lineup. Today, it's all coming from the top of the order. 1 through 4, 6 for 10 combined in the ball game today.
Ruben Tejada doubled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Tejada in there at third today for the injured Matt Duffy. Duffy's on the DL with an Achilles strain. No Joe Panic, no Hunter Pence. They're all hurt. Angel Pagan and Gregor Blanco both late scratches from the starting lineup today. Backs up Jake Lamb a bit at third. Sets and throws. 2 outs. Hey fans, get the D-backs sombrero Saturday, July 16th before the D-backs Dodgers game. Then stick around post-game concert featuring Latin recording artist Luis Coronel. It's presented by Sprint. Visit dbacks.com for tickets. Vanessa usually does that. Yeah, promo. We didn't get Vanessa today. She's busy. All right. It's not the same.
Unlike us, Vanessa is in demand.
Well, exactly right. As well it should be.
Yeah.
Grant Green's had a good day. 2 singles. He scored a run. .100 pitches for Robbie. 69 strikes. 0-2 on Green. That's 8 strikeouts. He works a 1-2-3-6. Diamondbacks trail the Giants 4-1. The home half of the 6th inning. Goldie will lead it off. Our greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rest of the National League West. Dodgers hosting the Rockies right now. LA leads that one 3-0 in the 6th inning. And the Padres at Petco Park trail the Yankees 2-1 in the 4th. Padres come in here tomorrow, first of 3. dbacks.com/tickets. A 6:10 start tomorrow night. Archie Bradley on the mound, and of course after the ball game, our post-game fireworks. 4th of July spectacular.
Boom, boom, boom.
Goldie so far 0 for 2.
How about this?
Yeah.
The last time Paul Goldschmidt drew a base on balls was 7 days ago.
Wow.
I mean, that's unheard of for
7
him to go a whole week without drawing a walk.
And 7 days ago, he was leading the major leagues in walks. So the tide has turned.
He has yet to draw a base on balls in this homestand. Last one came last Saturday in Colorado.
He's got 1 hit in this series. His RBI double in the 1st inning against Johnny Cueto Friday. One and 2. Suarez done a very good job for the Giants. He had retired 10 straight before Segura's 2-out double in the 5th, then struck out Michael Bourne to win that inning. Now ahead of Goldie 1 and 2. .90 pitches for Suarez, 58 strikes. Drives this one deep to center field. And that ball is off the wall. It's a double for Goldie, his 17th.
The guys who are a lot closer to it than we are, Matt Williams and Dave McCabe, both had a hand up in the air indicating they thought it was a home run above the yellow stripe out there in center field.
The crew chief Bill Miller, the second base umpire, signaled safe, and he missed it. That's gone a home run.
Yeah, clearly above the yellow stripe.
And they're all huddled up right out there by second base, and now they are signaling it's gone. That's number 15 for Goldie.
Suarez slider. Once again, he's thrown a few cement mixers today that just didn't take the break. He picked a bad time to throw a cement mixer. Paul Goldschmidt bangs it off that batter's eye above the yellow stripe, 436 feet away.
RBI number 55, one behind Jake Lamb for the team lead. And here's Jake, who so far has struck out twice. Well, you were saying earlier in the ball game he's falling behind because every time Jake Lamb homers or one homers, the other guy gets one. And there you go, a jumbo jack, courtesy of Paul Goldschmidt and Jack in the Box. Here's another one out to center. Great catch by Jared Parker.
Just didn't get enough air underneath that ball. A line drive 405 feet away to straightaway center field.
Boy, he smoked that one.
Did he ever.
That should count for at least a single. Come on.
Boy, Jake has had some really good swings in this game for being 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
Yeah. As Bonnie Tomas 0 for 2, struck out his last time up.
Goldie's home run off the batter's eye, 106 miles per hour off the bat. Jake Lamb's F8, 107 miles per hour.
That's courtesy of StatCast.
Just didn't get it up in the air enough.
They have become quite a combination, and when you figure the way these two guys are going, Bob, and you could get Peralta in there and Pollock in the mix, suddenly got Segura at the top. That's the lineup that Randy Johnson was talking about, that everybody expected to see, and you can see why hopes were so high. The way these guys are hitting the ball. Jake Lamb is just having a sensational breakthrough year. Hopefully David comes back from that bad back soon. And everybody, A.J. Pollock and all the coaches, insist we will see A.J. at some point this year. Tomas ahead 3-1. Grant Green at second from the outfield grass. 2 down. Our Lowe's home field advantage here at Chase Field. Jake Lamb, last 22 home games. How do you like these numbers?
Better than an RBI per game. 9 homers in those 22 games. Just continues to square the ball up nearly every at bat.
2 down for Phil Gosselin. That's out of play. Leading the National League in slugging. Only David Ortiz is ahead of Jake Lamb among Major League slugging percentage leaders. Red Sox, after they got clobbered last night, beaten up on the Angels 10-5. That's the final at Fenway. So how about that? The Red Sox last night gave up, what was it, 22 runs? 21. And today they scored 10. It's a weird game.
They were scoring so many runs through the first 2 months of the season. I think it kind of hid some of the warts that the Red Sox had. Their starting pitching seems to be an issue. Bullpen has struggled at times, but boy, when they're swinging the bats well, that is a deep lineup.
George Contos, the right-hander. A lot of big numbers put up across the major leagues today. Red Sox scored 10. Blue Jays beat the Indians 17-1. Mets clobbered John Lester at Citi Field. They beat the Cubs 14-3. And the Nationals beat the Reds 12-1. Steven Strasburg had a no-hitter going, and Dusty Baker had to pull him out of the ball game. There's some football scores all over the Major League scoreboard here today. Right here, it's a 4-2 Giants lead with 2 outs in the 6th. Called strike 3. But Goldie hits his 15th of the year to dead center. This ball is clobbered. We'll head to the 7th. Diamondbacks down 2. Spotted a baby torn.
Yeah.
Dad's representing D-back Nation very well there. As we start the 7th inning. And your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change is left-hander Andrew Chafin, 31 appearances, a 6.95 ERA. Andrew worked a scoreless inning Friday against the Giants. He's made 8 consecutive appearances now without giving up a base hit since he was recalled from Reno June 15th. Diamondbacks' record for consecutive hitless appearances is 9, shared by Joe Patterson and Mike Myers. Brandon Belt's been a problem. Wasn't even in the original starting lineup, but he has so far walked, singled, doubled, scored a run, and knocked in 2. Shift is on.
Boy, of note in that Cubs-Mets game today, the Mets won at 14-3, as you mentioned. Miguel Montero with an inning and a third off the mound.
It's Miggy time.
Miggy time. Gave up 4 hits and an earned run.
Yeah, they knocked Lester out of the game in was it the 2nd inning?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was just pitcher of the month, I think, in the National League, and he didn't even get through the 2nd at Citi Field.
Gave up 9 hits and 8 earned runs in an inning and a third.
And then Steven Strasburg had that no-no going against the Reds. He had to come out. One and 2 on Brandon Belt. I was watching when I got home the Red Sox highlights last night because I want to see Michael Brenly out there in the bullpen. There was a lot of balls hit out there by the Angels.
Yeah, unfortunately. And a lot of relief pitchers for the Red Sox, so he got his work in last night.
Busy night. Well, he's got a family to feed now.
That's right. Baby needs new shoes.
2 pairs.
Yeah, for John Lester, he gave up 8 runs in the month of June. Gave up 9 today.
How are we looking? Well, maybe the Cubs are human after all.
Yeah, you never know.
Andrew Chafin comes in and strikes out Belt. They retire Belt for the first time today. And with Jake Barrett warming up, here comes Buster Posey.
A little off that breaking ball. Got Belt way out in front on a pitch in the dirt, low and away. Yeah, I've got a theory about the Cubs, you know, and the Cubs fans are stuffing the ballot box. Going to be at least 5 Cubs, maybe many more on that All-Star game. That's going to hurt them.
They're excited.
No break at the All-Star game. Go into the second half.
I like
running
it.
on fumes a little bit. Maybe stumble to the finish line of the first half. Yeah, they're going to regret that.
A conspiracy theorist. Well, oftentimes you see teams are wire-to-wire division leaders and winners, and then they get in the postseason and they're just, for whatever reason, they're maybe not built to win a postseason series. They were built to win 100 games or 105 or whatever they're going to win. You buy that idea that some teams are built to win 100 games, others are built to win a postseason series?
I think history has proven that. You know, you've got teams that maybe don't have the frontline ace and number 2 starters like we had here with Randy and Kurt. And you go into a postgame or a postseason series with a bunch of guys that are middle of the rotation pitchers. They'll get you through the regular season. They'll eat up innings. They'll keep you in a ball game. But when you get into the postseason and you need to limit base runners and you need to get punch outs when you need punch outs, you need ground balls, you get ground balls. And some teams just don't have that kind of staff going into the postseason. Here you look at Bruce Bochy with, we showed you some margin, Johnny Cueto and Madison Bumgarner. I think they're a team that's built to do both.
Well, Mad Bum certainly earned his stripes a couple of years ago against Kansas City with that amazing relief performance. And they always find the guy that they need. They got Marco Scutaro a while ago. He was so big for them in 2012, and Pagano on that team. And then they picked up Hunter Pence, and they always have the one guy, it seems, that leads the charge.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a guy that just fills one small role with the ball club. Michael Morse went over to San Francisco that one year and hit some big home runs late in the season for him.
Cody Ross in 2010.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Went on a phenomenal postseason run.
Good guys at just the right time. Right fit with the rest of the guys on your roster.
Taking a video here on your phone. Crawford struck out twice. He was hit by a pitch against Robbie Ray, and they're against another left-hander and Andrew Chafin. Jake Barrett still throwing in the bullpen. With Posey at first and 1 out. Swing and a miss.
Then it brings up the question, how do you explain a guy like Clayton Kershaw who dominates from the first day of spring training until the last day of the regular season and then struggles in the postseason?
Does not have a good postseason record, Clayton Kershaw. That's the one thing missing from that resume, and the only thing.
Yeah.
He's done everything else a couple of times over. That's what makes the postseason such a thrill. Starting with the wild card games, which I think have been a great success, and moving on. You're in what is another odd or even numbered year.
Even numbered,
I lost track there for a minute. That's work for the Giants. every other year for the last 6. Is he a Hall of Famer for you?
Boch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No brainer at this point,
for
right?
me, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've seen the personnel come and go, but the constant is Bruce Bochy sitting in that manager's seat, Dave Righetti in that pitching coach's seat, Ron Wotus, the bench coach. There's a real consistency with the staff and with the front office there in San Francisco that a lot of organizations just don't have.
Yeah, they're without Tim Flannery, the third base coach, for the first time. He retired. Dave Righetti's been there the whole time, front office. Continuity. There's a lot to be said for it.
Ooh, that was very nearly a balk right there.
Yeah, the way they've been calling balks lately, they're lucky they might have missed that one.
Yeah, just a little hiccup as he almost was into his set position. I think Andrew realized it right away and stepped off the rubber. Fortunately, nobody saw it.
Big strikeout for Andrew Chafin. He got Belt, and now he gets Crawford.
Belt on a slow breaking ball and just overpowers Brandon Crawford up above the belt on the inside corner of the plate. Good fastball that time.
Well, Jake Barrett's been warming up with the bullpen. Big right-hander Mac Williamson is coming up, so that's going to be it for Andrew Chafin. Another hitless appearance for Andrew. He ties a D-backs record.
The top half of the 7th inning as Jake Barrett takes over on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Hey fans, the fireworks show at Chase Field is a fan favorite, and tomorrow on the 4th of July the D-backs have an expanded fireworks show to celebrate our nation's independence. Game time is 6:10 against the Padres, followed by fireworks spectacular presented by Gila River Casinos. Visit dbacks.com.
That's going to be quite a show tomorrow night at 6:10 start. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks, right-hander Jake Barrett. A 3.34 ERA in 33 appearances. Worked a scoreless inning last night. The 8th, in fact.
Did give up a 2-out double to Buster Posey in that 8th inning, but got the 3rd out rather quickly off the bat of Brandon Crawford.
All right, now Posey at first, 2 down, and it's Mac Williamson who had a 2-run single in the 3rd, 1 for 3. Jake, when he's come in, has done very well when he starts the inning, when it's a clean inning, as they say. But when he inherits a runner, that's when sometimes he has had his issues. So we'll see how he does here with Posey at first. Trying to get out of the 7th. That one's blasted right at Drury.
Oh, my.
That was smoke, but it's out number 3. We stretch at Chase Field. It's 4-2 San Francisco. Well, it's been a great day for Brandon Drury here at Chase Field. He had an RBI double in the second inning, and then in the third he made this sensational catch. It's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game.
Very cool for Brandon Drury. Covered a lot of ground. A Superman dive to get to that ball.
And he'll lead it off in the home half with the Diamondbacks trailing the Giants 4-2. Albert Suarez's day is over. New pitcher is the right-hander George Contos, who's pitched very well as of late, a 2.70 ERA. He's given up only 1 earned run in his last 15 appearances.
How about this, partner? That line drive by Mac Williamson to end the top half of the 7th. 117 miles an hour off the bat. One of its top 10 this season.
The outs today have been louder than the hits.
Just for your information, the highest exit velocity so far this year on a batted ball.
How about this one? Does it have enough? Oh, man. Belled hard into the bullpen fence.
Just got it off the end of the bat a little bit. Highest exit velocity, of course, Giancarlo Stanton, 123 miles per hour on a ground ball. Get in front of that.
No thanks.
Oh, we've seen a couple guys that don't play a lot of outfield make some nice plays. Brandon Drury, we just showed you our Chaz Roberts cool play of the game, and then Brandon Belt, who's a first baseman by trade, a nice running catch over there in front of the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Tuffy goes a wish. Singled in the second, his first game for the D-backs this year. Getting the start behind the plate. Daniel Hudson warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Tuffy's got a base hit. Belt's over to cut it off. Tuffy goes a wish, 2 for 3. That'll bring up Chris Herman to hit for the pitcher.
Line drive into the left field. Nearly got by Brandon Belt out there in left. As it is a second knock of the game for Tuffy in his first start this season.
Chris Herman, 293, 6 home runs. Hitting for the pitcher, Jake Barrett. Chris not in the original starting lineup. That hamstring still barking a little bit. Started the first 2 games of this series in left field. 3 hits, including an RBI double that just missed going out for a home run. Down 0-2. There's Daniel Hudson. It's really nice to have Tuffy here, Bob, to take advantage of Chris Herman's flexibility and versatility out there. He can play all 3 outfield spots, can play some first base, come off the bench and pinch hit like he is right here. One and 2. Rolls away. Trevor Brown picks it up, and Tuffy's in at second. 2-2 on Chris Herman.
Brown just tries to pick it out of the dirt cleanly. That's the danger you run if that ball doesn't hit in the pocket of your glove. If it hits around the heel or the fingers of the catcher's mitt, it's going to get away.
Don't forget, we're on the air tomorrow night. Diamondback Live pregame show at 5:30. A 6:10 first pitch for the D-backs and the Padres, the first of 3 on the 4th of July. Get your tickets for that one to watch Archie Bradley pitch at dbacks.com. And then after the ball game, the fireworks spectacular courtesy of Gila River Casinos. We'll open up the roof. 2-2 on Chris Herman. Full count. Some Wetzel's pretzels have made their way up to the booth.
All by themselves.
Could be a quiet inning. Everybody wins. Herman strikes out, 2 down.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Well, it's up to Gene Segura to get Tuffy home from second with 2 down. Segura doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. And he's hit safely in 7 straight, 10 of his last 11. Four runs, 8 hits for the Giants, 2 runs, 7 hits for the Diamondbacks. Right back to the mound. Contos has it, and he strands the 1-out single. We'll go to the 8th inning. Diamondbacks down 4-2.
Wrap up the 7th inning. Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Set for the 8th inning. New pitcher for the D-backs, Daniel Hudson, 34 appearances and a 3.82 ERA. Huddy has struggled lately. He's given up 8 earned runs on 10 hits in less than 2 innings over his last 4 appearances.
It's been a rough go. He had allowed only 5 runs through his first 30 games this season, but really bumped up against it on that last road trip, especially in Colorado.
Yeah, a couple of rough outings at Coors Field. Did have a scoreless inning against the Phillies on Tuesday, but then a difficult time the following day, Wednesday. Gave up 4 runs, 4 hits, retired just 1 batter. The catcher, Trevor Brown, leads off the Giant 8th. He's 0 for 3. Have you seen even the best guys in this type of role have, I don't know, a week here or there, suddenly out of nowhere where it just doesn't work for him?
Yeah, and sometimes a team is just a bad matchup for a guy. Really no easy way to explain it. Of course, in Colorado, Daniel was basically reduced to a one-pitch pitcher because his slider just wouldn't take any break at all. And that Rockies lineup, if you're forced to stand out there and throw fastball after fastball, they're going to get theirs.
This is in the air, right center field. Yasmani Tomas calling for it. One away.
And we mentioned it was Glenn Sherlock's mother's birthday today. There's another big birthday in the Diamondbacks family. Josh Rawitch, our senior vice president of content communications, celebrating his 57th birthday today.
He doesn't look a day over 55.
Yeah, Josh is really only 40, but I couldn't resist.
He's just a kid. Jared Parker 0 for 3. He's an Indiana Hoosier. Josh was on the pregame show today, wasn't it? Diamondback Live pregame show. One out and 1-0 to Jared Parker. That one's squirted foul. Oh man, right at Rapid Robert Balderrama. That one just ate him up. Not rapid enough. Everybody's friends over there. This one came to eat.
Whoa, just missed a security guard.
My bad. I think that hurt more than the ball might have.
Dodged the ball and still got slapped in the face.
Pitcher spot is due up next for the Giants, and Connor Gillespie is in the on-deck circle. .95 from Daniel Hudson. It's 2-2. Missed inside, full count. Gillespie on deck. Got to be careful with Jared Parker. Last 15 games, he's hitting nearly .470, including a couple of home runs. He homered here Friday. But he blows him away at 96. 2 down. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. We welcome in the San Diego Padres for the first of 3 tomorrow night on the 4th of July. Archie Bradley gets the start in that ball game. After the game, don't forget, fans, our post-game fireworks spectacular. dbacks.com/ticket. Zach Greinke on the DL. So it looks like Zach Godley will pitch Tuesday. Then Shelby Miller pitches the series finale Wednesday. I think after that ball game, we're on an airplane to San Francisco. So we'll see these Giants again later this week. Here's Gillespie hitting for the pitcher. Connor Gillespie, 284, 2 home runs. Rounded out as a pinch hitter to end the ball game last night. Goldie made a terrific play. And he started Friday's series opener at third and was a home run shy of the cycle in that game. Squib shot to second for Gosling. Daniel Hudson, a very impressive 1-2-3-8. It'll be Bourne, Goldie, and Lamb coming up.
VIPs on D-Backs Live. And Matt, you're with us in the post-game show, and you already have nuggets about Robbie Ray and his start.
Yeah, I kept an eye on him. You know, strikeout count was great. He had 8 strikeouts in the game, Todd. But he had to work through some early troubles. Left on base twice, 2 times, 2 left on, another time 3 left on. So continues to work through it.
All right. It's Robbie Ray, not Rob Ray, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, not the Buffalo Sabre, right?
Okay. All right. So he'll be with us right after this is all done. But guys, right now we'll send it back to you.
All right, great to have Matt here with us. So he'll probably work in a Sparty reference at some point too. Big Michigan State guy. Oh. New pitcher for the Giants. It's the Jon Snow of the National League West. It's Corey Guerin. Straight from Castle Black. Michael Bourne. First pitch hits it right to Buster Posey. Guerin came on and worked the series opener on Friday to start the 8th inning. And he faced Bourne, Goldie, and Lamb. Got him 1-2-3, and he'll face Bourne, Goldie, and Lamb here again today. So far, 1 pitch, 1 out. Goldie homered his last time up.
Really like to get some speed on base against Corey Guerin. He's a guy that I'm pretty sure Dave McKay has a key on down there at first base for the runners to get an early start towards second base. Guerin kind of wobbles around out there on the mound sometimes and starts leaning toward home plate before he even picks his leg up.
Just kind of flings its sidearm at you from chest high.
Ooh, cross up. How do you cross a guy up with nobody on base?
All right, Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Goldie, his last time up, led off the 6th inning with his 15th home run. We talked a lot about this, Bob, as Trevor Brown gets a moment here from the plate umpire Tony Randazzo, that Guerin kind of comes set at his chest and sort of just flings it at you like he's skipping a stone across a pond.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. He has almost a dead sidearm delivery. Here's that cross up. Trevor Brown going out to get what he thought was a breaking ball. That ball tailed back the other direction. He took it right in the palm of the hand, right through the glove.
Goldie ahead 1-0. Well, the 8th inning was the key last night for the Diamondbacks. They got 3, took a 6-5 lead, won the ball game to even the series. A roller to Posey. He kind of kicks it, and Goldie's going to reach.
That ball had a lot of side English. You can see as it bounces out there, it shot back to Buster's right. Couldn't make the play by the time he retrieves it. Goldie is there. That's a tough play even for a guy that plays first base every day. That ball that has so much side English that each hop it's moving farther and farther to your right.
E3 goes up on the board. And now with 1 out, the National League slugging percentage leader is the tying run at the plate, but so far Jake is 0 for 3. However, he absolutely smoked one to dead center field that was caught for an out his last time up. Goldie takes off, got a big jump, and he's in there. Well, you said it, Bob, right on the money. They had something. Dave McKay on Corey Guerin. That's Goldie's 11th stolen base.
Oh, they ran like crazy on him in San Francisco. Yeah, he's got a very bad tell when he's going to deliver that ball to home plate. And Goldie was popping up out of his slide before Brandon Crawford even caught that ball.
Dave McKay is a wizard down there. A 1-out count on Jake Lamb. 3 hits in the series, including a double and a homer. He's hit safely in 4 straight. Can't check his swing, and it's 1-1.
Well, it's unfortunate with this little mini shift on Brandon Crawford playing right behind Goldie out there at second base. If he was playing in a normal straight up position, Goldie would steal third base as well.
And you can see Crawford standing right behind the second base bag.
He might steal third base anyway.
He might be able to beat Tejada to third. Tejada's off the line here against the left-hander Lamb. Just looking at that last shot from behind home plate, looks like that Garrett and Crawford go to the same stylist. Hard to tell those guys apart.
Comb their hair with a pillow.
The Jon Snow look, it's very popular right now. Put a wolf coat on him, you wouldn't know. 1 and 2.
Might use a little more product.
Nice. It's all in the pomade. Close, but he held up 2 and 2. Well, every time Jake is up there right now, you're just waiting for him to launch one. The way he's getting the barrel on the ball these days. Last 15 games, 3 doubles, 3 triples, 6 home runs, and 16 RBIs. Did he go? He did not, Brian Knight.
Ooh, that might be close.
Full count, 3 and 2. Brian Knight was missing a few last night behind the plate.
Yeah, now he's 90 feet further away. Very close, very close.
Aaron wants a new baseball. Brian Knight ejected Chip Hale in the ball game last night. Goldie at second, 1 out, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Jake Lamb. He hits it hard to right. It's gone. He did it again. Jake Lamb. And we are all tied up at Chase. Hot.
I mentioned he'd had some really good swings in the ball game for being 0 for 3. Gets a slider that time, working its way toward the inside part of the plate. A line drive off the top of the fence and out of here for Jake Lamb.
That's number 19. RBIs 57 and 58. And it's a jumbo jack. Here's Yasmani Tomas. Well, they came back to take the lead with a home run in the 8th inning last night. That one tied it here in the 8th today.
All it took was that home run by Goldie back in the 6th to light a fire under Jake Lamb and keep his lead in that home run race.
It is amazing. Turning into the Gold Dust Twins. What a 3-4 combination they have been over the last month or so.
Garrett is not an easy guy to hit a home run against. That's only the second one he surrendered all year with that sidearm sinker action. But Jake got a flat slider on the inside part of the plate and punished it to right field.
Posey has it. Aaron is there. 2 outs. Yeah, opponents coming into the ball game today, just 7 for their last 52 against Corey Garrett. But the error by Posey, the home run by Lamb have tied it up, and now here is Phil Gosselin. Phil doubled and scored in the 2nd. He's 1 for 3. Brad Ziegler is up and ready in the Diamondback bullpen. That one misses inside. Brad got the save last night, his 17th of the year. Brandon Drury would be next. An RBI double in the second for Brandon. 3-0 on Phil Gosselin. He walked him. Dave Righetti to the mound. Hunter Strickland, who gave up the Castillo homer last night, warming up in the Giant bullpen. I think you feel pretty good about Brandon Drury in this spot, Bob, the way he's been smoking the ball here today.
He's had some good looks at the plate. Got a pitcher on the mound that throws a heavy sinker that's probably going to end up down near the bottom of the strike zone, and that's where Brandon likes the ball, down and in.
Corey Guerin struggling. He got one out on one pitch when Bourne led off the inning. Goldie hit a tweener to Posey that he kicked for an E3, then stole second. Lamb's homer tied it. The 2-out walk to Gosselin brings up Drury.
For the second straight day, the Giants bullpen has blown a 2-run lead in the 8th inning. Last night, the Diamondbacks took a lead in the bottom half of the 8th. So far today, tied up.
Brandon Drury getting a start in left field today. That's out of play. Left field's been a bit of a revolving door as of late. Ricky Weeks Jr. back from the bereavement leave. Seen Chris Herman out there the last 2 nights. Brandon Drury today. Peter O'Brien has been in the mix as well, although not as a consistent starter lately. So left field is still in flux. 0-1 on Drury.
You saw Dave Righetti, the pitching coach, with a trip to the mound there after the walk to Phil Gosselin, and now Corey Guerin throwing everything out of the slide step, trying to speed up his delivery to home plate and try to keep Phil Gosselin from stealing a base. And anytime you get a guy doing something he's not comfortable doing out there on the mound, that's when they're more likely to make a mistake.
How does the slide step work exactly? What's the advantage there?
Well, the advantage is obviously you get the ball to home plate much quicker because you eliminate the high leg kick. You just, everything's abbreviated, much shorter, much quicker to try to stymie that base runner over there at first base. But most pitchers will tell you that out of the slide step, they lose a little bit of velocity, they lose a little bit of location.
Guerin, 20 pitches, only 8 strikes. One is in there for a strike. Brandon laid off that slider on a 2-1 count. Now it's even 2-2.
It looked like a good pitch, but not what Brandon was looking for. When you have the count in your favor, you kind of narrow your field a little bit. I'm looking for one pitch in one location. If I don't get it, I'm going to take it, even if it's a strike. On a 2-2 count, you've got to open it up a little bit more, be willing to protect the plate, even if it means maybe going off the corner a little bit.
center field for Jared Parker. They strand the 2-out walk, but Jake Lamb is at it again. His 19th of the year has tied it at 4. Game summary. The headline is Goldie and Jake Lamb have done it again. They've homered in the same game for the 6th time this year. Goldie a solo shot to lead off the 6th. Jake Lamb, after Goldie reached on an error, a 2-run home run in the 8th inning. His 19th of the year, and they are tied at 4.
Those two guys are turning into a pretty good dynamic duo. Right-handed, left-handed, both hit for power, both drive in runs, both hitting for average, both take walks. They're right up there among the best in baseball back-to-back in the lineup.
Brad Ziegler, who earned the save last night in the win over the Giants, is out there. 17 saves now, 34 appearances, a 2.72 ERA. The closer in the 9th inning at home in a tie game.
Now, save a tie. That's the general consensus. Because obviously, score in the bottom of the inning. There's no save opportunity. The game's over.
You could have run him back out there, but the grounds crew would be very confused.
Yeah, the kids have to run the bases after the game.
Good call. Ruben Tejada, who doubled and scored in the 4th, 1 for 4, leads off the 9th. Each team with 4 runs on 8 hits. Diamondbacks led the ball game 1-0 after the 2nd inning. Phil Gosselin, Brandon Drury had back-to-back doubles. Giants took a 2-1 lead in the 3rd. Mac Williamson a 2-run single. Then they had a 4-1 lead after 4. Brandon Belts had a 2-run double. And then Goldie's homer made it 4-2. Lamb's homer tied it up. Full count, 3-2. There's Archie Bradley. He gets the ball tomorrow night against the Padres on the 4th of July. Another holiday start for Archie. He started on Father's Day, I believe, in Philadelphia. Called strike 3. Ring him up and sit him down, 1 away.
That scattering of pitches down and in. That one off the plate inside at 84, but that time they do get the call from Tony Randazzo.
Brand Green has singled twice, scored a run, 2 for 4. Talked about how the Giants are really beat up, especially in the infield. A lot of guys on the DL. Second base has been a real issue. They are without Joe Panik. He's on the concussion list. They could have used Kelby Tomlinson, who usually plays there when Panik is out, but Tomlinson is hurt. He's got a sprained left thumb. They brought in Ramiro Pena. He collided with Mac Williamson and hurt his ankle, so they're down to their fourth guy at second base, Grant Green. And he has had, well, let's see now, 6 hits since he was called up just before the weekend.
Well, you run into Mac Williamson, you're going to lose that fight a lot. That's a big, strong, fast man out there in right field.
Running into a truck. Green able to check, and it's 1-2. So they lost Panik. Yeah, don't panic. It's an even year, say the Giant fans. Just missed that time. It's, you know, you lose Panik, then you lose his backup, then you lose the backup to the backup, and then you go to the next guy.
Well, we're just going to run them out there and hope for the best.
2-2.
I think his team reflects that. I mean, Boch never looks like he's too excited about anything. Occasionally you'll see him get excited with an umpire, but he's always under control over there. I think his players play that way. There's no reason to panic. We've still got plenty of players here. Somebody go up there and do something.
Grant Green putting up a fight. Yeah, Giants since May 11th, 34-14, the best record in baseball over that span. They began today 5 ahead of the Dodgers for the NL West lead. LA leading Colorado right now at Dodger Stadium, 4-1 in the 9th. Brandon McCarthy started that game. Coming off his Tommy John.
Of course, I guess if you're Bruce Bochy, as long as you have Brandon Belt, Buster Posey, and Brandon Crawford in the middle of your lineup, you can make do. Those 3 guys can carry a team by themselves.
They're all coming up next. Right to Gene Segura. 2 outs. D-backs in the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll have Tuffy Gozawish, the pitcher spot, then Segura, 8-9-1. Tuffy in his first big league game this year, already with 2 hits. Brandon Belt's had a good day. Walked in the first, singled and scored in the 3rd, and a 2-run double in the 4th. Struck out his last time up against Andrew Chafin. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks. There's ball 1. Belt's done a better job this year of going to left and left center away from some of those shifts. He's still not a guy that uses the whole field, but his numbers are better in those terms. So he's got a pretty dramatic shift on against him right here. And he will not chase pitches. He's top 10 in the National League in on-base percentage. Santiago Casilla, Hunter Strickland. Strickland got the loss last night. Casilla got the save on Friday. Belt ahead 3-0. Posey on deck. And he walked him. Buster Posey has singled, walked twice, once intentionally. .292 on the year with 9 homers.
Well, that almost looked like a pitch around. Brandon Belt has had really good success against Brad Ziegler. 6 for 10 in his career. Buster Posey not the same kind of success. 5 for 19 against the submarine Brad Ziegler.
Buster Posey hits it to Brandon Drury. Brandon is there. He's had a nice day out there in left field. Bottom 9 coming up. We're tied at 4. Back and forth ball game. D-backs and Giants 4-4 as we start the bottom of the 9th inning. Our Arrowhead Hyundai game diagnostic. You saw some very hard hit baseballs by Brandon Drury, Paul Goldschmidt, and Jake Lamb.
A lot of hard hits for base hits, a lot of hard hit balls for outs in this game as well. Tuffy goes to which the only Diamondbacks with multiple hits in this game. First game back for him.
Last night, Hunter Strickland came on in the 8th inning to face Wellington Castillo and gave up a 3-run homer that won the game for the Diamondbacks. Now he's on to face Tuffy Gozawish, another D-backs catcher, to start the bottom of the 9th. Tuffy 2 for 3, a pair of singles, his first game this year, up from AAA Reno. This was last night. Castillo and Strickland. A 3-run homer that made it 6-5. And that was the final. '96. Pitcher spot is up next for the Diamondbacks, and Ricky Weeks Jr., back from the bereavement list after losing his grandfather last week, is on deck. In there for a strike, 1-2. Jam shot pop up, and that's out of play. A home run that Strickland gave up to beat Wellington last night. Just the second home run he's given up all year. Right-hand hitters hitting only .205 against him. Beat Wellington a day off. Tuffy getting his first start this year. .98 right by Tuffy, one down. Strickland not messing around that time. Ricky Weeks Jr. will hit for Brad Ziegler. 245 and 4 homers.
Number 5, Ricky Weeks Jr.
Ricky's got the bat speed and those quick hands and wrist to catch up to one of those Strickland fastballs if he gets it in the right spot. Not that time at 97. 0-1. Straight heat from Hunter Strickland. 1-1. Laid off the curveball that time. 2 balls and a strike to Ricky Weeks Jr. Says he's up there looking for a strike. Doesn't care what it is as long as it's a strike. Segura on deck. Michael Bourne after him. That time, and he turned on and foul. Rapid Robert Balderrama out there, our Golden Glover down the left field line. Nicely done, Robert. Full count, 3-2.
Boy, so far Hunter Strickland has not thrown a breaking ball close to the strike zone. Now, obviously with 2 strikes you've got to be prepared. You got to battle up there, foul off anything that's close to the zone, but you can pretty much give away that breaking ball and just sit on a fastball. Not easy to do at 98, but if you can eliminate one of the options, it improves your chances of making solid contact.
Ricky Weeks Jr. hitting for the pitcher Brad Ziegler, so Tyler Clippard warming up in the bullpen. Three balls and 2 strikes. In the air, drifting near the seats and out of play. Professional at bats, professional hitter, they all apply in this case. 33-year-old Ricky Weeks picked up right after spring training started, and pretty much all he's done since he showed up here is hit. He worked a walk. There's the winning run. Professional at bats. Ooh. Yikes. Tony Randazzo. How are we looking? Gene Segura doubled in the 5th. Segura 1 for 4. Winning run at first with a 1 out. Stewart back to the mound. Hang with him. We'll go to the 10th, 4-4. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Beat it. Tyler Clippard is on to work the 10th. They'll face Brandon Crawford, Mac Williamson, and Trevor Brown. 5, 6, and 7 for the Giants. 33 appearances, a 3.26 ERA for Tyler Clippard. And a blown save his last time out. That was Wednesday against the Phillies. He'd pitched scoreless baseball in his previous 7 outings and had been pitching extremely well. Crawford 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. He's also been hit by a pitch. He'll lead it off. Fly ball, right center field. Yasmani Tomas. 1 down. Boy, Crawford came into the ball game 11 for his last 24 with 11 RBIs, but so far today 0 for 4. Mac Williamson now. And one of the big hits for the Giants, a 2-run single with 2 outs in the 3rd. At that time, it made it a 2-1 Giants lead after the Diamondbacks had led 1-0.
Tyler Clippard with that quick pitch that he's incorporated into his arsenal. Looks like he's going to go into the full windup that he usually does and then just steps into his delivery and fires home before the hitter's ready.
There's the quick pitch, and he steals a strike with it. 1-2.
The key is to be able to throw any of your pitches out of that quick pitch delivery. Johnny Cueto does that extremely well for the Giants, and Tyler Clippard has shown an ability to throw the fastball, throw the changeup, and the breaking ball all out of that quick pitch delivery. Here comes again.
He changed up on him that time and got the strikeout.
I mean, if you go into that quick pitch delivery every time and only throw a changeup or only throw a fastball, obviously hitters are going to be aware of that. Advanced scouts are going to see that, and suddenly that quick pitch is not going to be a good weapon for you. But if you use all your pitches out of that delivery from time to time, there's no way to predict what's going to come.
Trevor Brown, the catcher. I would think, Bob, that when the hitter sees that quick pitch motion, suddenly everything he's doing speeds up, and if you can then drop in a curveball or a changeup, you'll really get him out in front.
Absolutely. Papa Grande, Jose Valverde, was really good at that quick pitch split finger.
Oh, that's just not fair.
Speed up the hitter. He sees that quick pitch delivery. He starts to speed up in the batter's box, and then you throw him an off-speed pitch, and almost every time you'll catch him out in front.
Well, Clippard's fallen behind 3-0. Jared Parker's got some powers on deck. Three and two.
Emergency swing that time by Trevor Brown.
Could hear the alarms going off.
Yeah, too close to take, but not really good enough to do much with it.
Brown's putting up a fight. Trevor Brown had one of the big hits in this series, that two-run double Friday. Off of Shelby Miller, they just kind of shot down the right field line, a pitch that was in the left-hand batter's box. But he was able to keep it fair. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here it is. Ring him up and set him down. Tyler Clippard, 2 strikeouts and a 1-2-3/10. And the big boys are coming up for the Diamondbacks. It'll be Michael Bourne, then Goldie and Jake Lamb. 4-4, bottom 10 on the way. 4-4 ball game, looking for somebody to drive the bus, and the Diamondbacks can drive off with a series win against the NL West leaders. And the new pitcher for the Giants, we saw him last night very briefly, the left-hander, Josh Osich. He came on to face Jake Lamb in the 8th inning, walked him on 4 pitches, and he was done.
And Michael Bourne leading it off here for the Diamondbacks in the bottom half of the 10th. Already has 1 bunt base hit. And I would expect him at least to look to bunt at some point during this at bat against a tough left-handed pitcher.
Bunted for a base hit back in the bottom of the 1st. So that'll bring Tejada in on the grass at 3rd. Taking all the way, fastball for strike 1. Baxter's got his Santa suit on, his extra innings. He'll change up that outfit every extra inning until something works. Rally cap in place. Oh, 0-2. Able to check his swing, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, it is only 174 days until Christmas. So.
Never too soon. This is bounced to second for Green. On the way. Goldschmidt, solo homer in the 6th, his 15th of the year. Reached on an error, stole a base, and scored a run in the 8th inning when he came in on the Lamb homer that tied the ball game. This matchup.
I like any matchup with Goldie in the batter's box.
To win.
I mean, Osich does throw hard out there. He's not a soft tossing lefty. His fastball's in the mid to upper 90s. Occasionally his breaking ball deserts him and he becomes a 1-pitch guy. Change up that time, really turned it over, making sure to keep it away from Goldie's barrel.
Two and 1. Brandon Crawford, the backhand bobble from the outfield grass, and he recovers in time to throw him out.
Slightest bobble as he made the exchange from glove into bare hand, but he recovers, and once again that cannon throwing arm from deep in the hole at short, just in time to get Goldie.
So here's the rematch from last night when Osich couldn't throw Lamb a strike in 4 pitches. Jake homered his last time up, a 2-run shot that tied it. His 19th of the year. This was Jake in the 8th inning against Corey Guerin. Just got enough of it to get it over that right field fence and tie the ball game.
Ball was hit so hard that Williamson could not get back to the wall and time his jump. It looked like he, actually had his glove above the baseball there, but it hit off the top of the fence and went on out.
Takes a big cut at that 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1. Yeah, when you're standing in the warning track and the ball beats you to the fence, it's a pretty hard hit.
That's a hard hit ball right there.
Whoa. Tony Randazzo.
I think it might have caught the corner there.
Yeah, it did. Good pitch.
Shockingly.
I know that hurts.
He's going to try to come back in there again with a fastball.
97. He works a 1-2-3 10th. We're tied up at Chase.
Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. As my partner says, feed it. Enrique Burgos on as the score is knotted at 4. Top of the 11th inning. Burgos the 7th pitcher for the Diamondbacks today. Robbie Ray started and went 6. Andrew Chafin 2/3 of an inning. Jake Barrett a 1/3 of an inning. Then Daniel Hudson, Brad Ziegler, Tyler Clippard all 1 inning. Zeros on the board from the bullpen today.
Jared Parker will lead it off in the 11th inning for the Giants. Parker 0 for 4. Giants have not had a base hit since the 4th inning. So far we've seen Chafin, Barrett, Hudson, Ziegler, Clippard in relief. Now Enrique Burgos. Burgos impressive against the Giants last night. Relieved Patrick Corbin in the 6th inning. Rolled a big double play ball to end a threat. Then worked a 1-2-3 7th. But the issue with Burgos, as we mentioned last night, has always been command, and he's behind 3-1. Full count, 3-2. Duffy can't hang on. Parker stays alive. Ramiro Pena in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot up next. Pena's been out for a while with that ankle sprain suffered after he collided with Mac Williamson. They didn't put him on the DL, figured it would only be a few days. And it looks like he'll get an at bat here today. Leadoff man aboard. A veteran Ramiro Pena, the switch hitter. Just 12 games of the Giants this year. He's been out since Wednesday when he collided with Williamson. Ramiro, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's customary in a potential bunt situation to throw a pickoff move to first and see if anybody tips anything. See if Pena slides his hands up the bat or turns the square. See if maybe you get the runner at first, Parker leaning towards second base, just to see if the Giants might have something going on here. No sign of a bunt there.
Roberto Kelly at third.
Parker's as jumpy over there at first base as he is in the batter's box.
Oh, it's like he's balancing himself with that, with a one arm, and then the other sort of goes back toward the first base bag. He's like a grandfather clock that way, with a pendulum just swinging down there. There it is.
Only one stolen base attempt this season for Parker. He was caught stealing.
Pena blasts that one down the right field line and set it for the corner. So Moss picks it up out there. Parker will be waved to him. He will score, and it's 5-4 Giants. Ramiro Pena with an RBI double. He jumped on that one.
Another slider that didn't do much, kind of stayed on the inside part of the plate, down for Pena. Rips it into that right field corner. Parker was off like a shot, had a real good read on that line drive, and scores all the way from first base.
The leadoff man, Ruben Tejada. Oh, those leadoff walks. Tejada doubled and scored in the fourth. 1 for 5. The bunt down. Pena moves up, and they retire Tejada.
High fives all around for Ruben Tejada. Bruce Bochy gave him one crack at it right there to try to hit the ball to the right side of the field. When he fouled it off, he was asked to put down a sac bunt and executes it perfectly.
And now that they have the lead, Bruce Bochy will get his closer up, Santiago Casilla, who saved the ball game Friday night, his 18th of the year. Grant Green recalled. Angel Pagan will take the at bat. Now to bring out Mike Butcher. Pagan was in the original starting lineup, but like Gregor Blanco, was a late scratch. I think Matt McConnell was out there going, yeah, I thought they just had a shootout.
Yeah, they should. Play a little home run derby in extra innings.
Matt is on the post-game show with Todd Walsh coming up. Fine Coyotes play-by-play man. So here's Pagan with Pena at third, 1 out and a run in. Pagan 286, 3 home runs, 0 for 9 in the series. Enrique Burgos jumps ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Brandon Belt on deck. Blows away Pagan, 2 outs.
Left fielder Brandon Belt.
Pretty uninspired effort that time by Angel Pagan, chasing a tailing fastball off the plate away.
Brandon Belt's been on base all afternoon long. 2 walks, a single, a 2-run double. He scored a run. D-backs have the shift on. They'll keep Lamb near the third base bag, and Segura, the shortstop, will move over to the first base side of second. One and one. .96 right by him. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Strength on strength right there. Brandon Belt with a really quick bat from the left side. Burgos just challenged him with his best fastball right there up in the zone.
Missed at 98. Tony Randazzo behind the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ramiro Pena standing 90 feet away. Sky high pop up, very shallow left center. And Jake Lamb ends up with it. But Pena's RBI double has made it 5-4 Giants. Bottom 11 coming up. Game 3 of this 3-game set, the Diamondbacks and the Giants, and the closer is on for San Francisco, Santiago Casilla. He got his 18th save in the series opener on Friday, but it wasn't exactly smooth sailing. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th had 2 singles and a walk against him, so a chance maybe to get that equalizer here and keep this thing going.
Casilla is unlike a lot of closers in that he throws both a curveball and a slider to go along with this fastball. Most closers choose one or the other that they can command the best and stick with one breaking ball, but Casilla will throw 2 different breaking balls.
Leading off for the D-backs, right fielder.
Ramiro Pena remains in the game. He takes over at second base for Grant Green, and Pagan is out in left, replacing Brandon Belts. As Manny Tomas faced Casilla in that ball game Friday, and Tomas hit into a 3-6-3 double play. He is 0 for 4 today. Jumps on the first one and fouls it off, and he's down 0-1.
See the sun coming through the top of the stadium here. Pitcher in bright sunlight. Really shouldn't bother the hitter too much at this point. It will flash a little bit as it goes from the sunlight into those little strips of shade, but shouldn't be much of a bother to the hitter.
Broken bat bloop that drops in. Tomas is aboard to lead it off.
Second baseman, Phil Gosselin.
Phil Gosselin has doubled, walked, and scored a run today.
Well, ideally, this sets up well for Phil Gosselin if he tries to shoot one through that right side with Buster Posey holding on Yasmani Tomas. There's a hole to work with on that right side.
Squares to bunt and gets it up and in. Giants are saying he went around on that one.
Ball's hit it right for his face. Man. Well, you better take a deep breath.
Ruben Tejada stays in on the grass at third. Posey holding Tomas on the first base bag. Gosselin bunts it toward third. Tejada has it, and Tomas is in at second.
Left fielder,
Brandon Drury. Brandon had an RBI double in the second inning. He's 1 for 4. Trevor Brown wants to talk it over. Tuffy Gozawish spot due up next. Wellington Castillo in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot behind him. Tying run in scoring position with 1 down here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Wellington's walking back to the dugout, and Tuffy Gozawish is going to stand in his place. Maybe Wellington was 1 batter too early.
Yeah, just jumped the gun. Probably hitting for the pitcher, I would assume, but we'll see what happens here. He's on high alert.
That one gets behind Brown, and Tomas is in at third. A big 90 feet for the Diamondbacks. Cassie has been really shaky lately.
Oh, just spikes this 92-mile-an-hour fastball in the dirt. Trevor Brown once again just tries to reach out and pick it cleanly out of the dirt, but by the time he gets to it, Tomas is on third base. Giants will be forced to bring their infield and their outfield in.
And now Tuffy has gone back to the dugout, and Castillo is back in the on-deck circle. One 1-0 on Brandon Drury. Tying run 90 feet away and 1 out. Buckled him that time. Oh, curveball there from Casilla. And he used it to steal a strike. It's 1-1. That one almost got behind Brown as well. 2 balls and 1 strike on Brandon Drury. Tried that same curveball again, missed this time, and it's 3-1. Rolls it to third. Get the runner home, and that's the second out. Well, Wellington Castillo will hit for Tuffy Gozowitz. He was the hero last night against Hunter Strickland, a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 8th. That was the difference in a 6-5 Diamondback win. Castillo has homered in each of his last 2 games. And he's knocked in 6 runs in the series. And he's up in the biggest of all RBI spots right now for the Diamondbacks. Tying run at third and 2 outs.
A home run would be nice, but right now all you need is a lousy single to tie this ball game up.
Ball 1. Wellington has hit safely in 3 straight games, all multi-hit games. 283, 10 home runs on the year. Pitcher spot is up next. Should Castillo reach Peter O'Brien in the on-deck circle. And a catcher hitting for a catcher here, and a converted catcher on deck.
Can't get enough.
2-0. Three balls and no strikes.
It looks like Casilla and the Giants are really hesitant to give Wellington Castillo anything he can get a bat on at this point. Trevor Brown really emphasizing fastball away, 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 away. Get it out there. All of his pitches have been way wide of the plate so far.
Casilla struck out O'Brien looking to win the ball game Friday. And he walks Castillo. Well, Peter had a big chance Friday in the series opener and got rung up on a breaking ball that was inside and not a strike to end the ball game. And he's up here again at 125 on the year with 4 homers. 2 on and 2 out, down a run in the 11th inning. As Manny Tomas is the tying run at third. Wellington Castillo the winning run at first and 2 outs. Checks his swing. He did not go. Todd Tishner at first, 1-1. That one almost got Sheen Segura. Diamondbacks down to their final strike. This is the same scenario in which Peter got caught looking with that breaking ball Friday. Looks at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's back even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants win the ball game 5-4-11. They take 2 out of 3 in the series. D-backs strand the tying run 90 feet away. And we'll get ready for the Padres tomorrow night on the 4th of July. He came back to tie it. But Ramiro Pena, who hit a double in the 11th inning, the Giants' first hit since the 4th, turned out to be the game winner.
And once again, the Giants find a way to win ball games. Least likely heroes today, Ramiro Pena with the big base hit in the game.
Well, let's start Diamondback Live post-game show. It's a special Coyotes edition hosted by Todd Walsh. Todd.
All right, thank you very much, Steve, and we'll get to